Morena tātou, I'm going to kick things off today. We have a cast of thousands, we have choirs, we have representatives of many panels. Morena to my good mate Barry de Geest, representing the disability panel, and we've even got on the screen in front of you, now smiling fortunately, Professor Pio, Edwina Pio from Oxford. Believe it or not, that's Oxford in England. It looks like it's sunny beside you, but it should be dark over there at this time of night, but magic of TV. A couple of reminders. The meeting is being live webcast to thousands, no doubt. We have electronic meeting attendance protocols in place, and I would ask that you observe them. Please be those present in the meeting, please ensure your phone is turned off, or at least on silent. I'll get Councillor Sandra to announce who's online. In fact, I think I know. We've got Darby, Newman, Watson, Fooley online. We have a group of students from Glenbrae School who I met. Where are you, kids? Stand up and wave. I met them, the one I told them about that education is important, and I stood beside one and said, I'll stand beside the short one, and he told me he's going to be taller than me later in life, so he's good on him. They're visiting us today with Councillor Bartley, and they'll be here for a short time until they're bored. That won't be long. I'd also like to welcome Mayor Toby Adams. Where are you, Toby? Another one there in the front there, representing the Mayor of the Hauraki District Council. I actually know where that is, as opposed to poor old... Don't say it. And Nicola McDonald, the co-chair, is representing the Hauraki Golf Forum, and they're going to be speaking to us shortly. And today we're going to do something different. I opened the lift and there was a protest group who turned out to be the choir, actually, which is much better. We've just hosted the choir games, and it's good that we have a councillor group choir, and at least the councillor are committed to that group is doing shared services, seriously. I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Mayor, who had a lot to do with the choir and the choir games, and so and then they're going to entertain us. So, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, when we heard that we'd won the bid for the choir games, the wonderful people who work for Auckland Council and myself decided that we should lead by example and form a choir. This is something that we hadn't done before. We wanted to prove to the world that we're part of the bid and that we can sing too. So we put a note out through the internal Teams link inside council asking who wanted to be part of it, and we got a huge response, I think just under 100. And so we got together and we worked really hard at what will sound pretty gorgeous and takes a lot of work. It sounds, it's a lot harder than it sounds. And we chose 3 songs. Our point of difference in the world is, of course, our Māori culture. And so the first song that we decided to put together was a song called Waiata called Toku Reo, which is the importance of keeping the Māori language alive. And what better way to do that would be through song. So that was our first song. So we are now going to sing for you Toku Reo.
Melody. Toku reo toku o ho, mapihi maurea, whakakai marihi. Nera te kaupapa ko te reo Māori e. E taonga tuku iho no ngā tipuna. E kāre kawa kawa. E kāre kawa kawa he mea hira hira e. Tōku reo tōku ohoho. Mapiri maurea. Whakatai marihi. Kōrero tia pere. Kōrero tia pere. Ina wakatoa. Ia kore hine hine moa. Mana kanata. Mana kanata. Mana motu ake. Tōku reo tōku ohoho. Mapiri maurea. Whakatai marihi. Nera te kaupapa ko te reo Māori e. He taonga tuku iho no ngā tipuna. E kāre kawa kawa he mea hira hira e. Tōku reo tōku ohoho. Mapiri maurea. Whakatai marihi. Kōrero tia tere. Kōrero tia tere. Ina wakatoa. Ia kore hite hite moa. Mana kanata. Mana motu ake. Tōku reo tōku ohoho. Mapiri maurea. Whakatai marihi. Tōku reo tōku ohoho. Mapiri maurea. Whakatai marihi.
So the second song we're going to do is another point of difference in the world, is the fact that, of course, we are the biggest Polynesian city in the world. So our second song we're going to sing for you is a Samoan song called Minoi Minoi.
And to keep us warm as per the DM's instructions, rub your hands together, which is called mili. You're going to make ourselves really nice and warm. Second, third, fourth row, I can't see you rubbing your hands. There you go. When I say patia, you clap once. Patia! Patia! When I say pati, lua. Lua pati is two claps. Lua pati! Lua pati! And when I say hey, hey, you say ho. Hey, hey! Ho! Hey, hey! Ho! Phonetics matter. Thank you very much.
We're just having a short break while we reset the table and to remind everybody that you're not supposed to have that much fun here. Morena Tato, I'm going to recommence the meeting. Sandra will announce the apologies.
We have an apology for early departure from Councillor Foley.
That's it? I fancy that. All right. Someone's got to move and accept the apologies. Bingo and bingo. Thank you, two ladies. All those in favour, please say aye. Carried. At this stage, I'm just going to acknowledge the passing of Colin Maiden, who was a very important person after whom we've named parks, who was not many people get to have a park named after them while they're still alive, actually, and he managed to do that. He was an important civil engineer who I knew for a long time as an engineer. He was one of the elder engineers, encouraged us younger engineers. There was a time when I was a younger engineer and we looked up to Colin Maiden, and he was also a tennis player, which I shared in common with him. And he lived a long and fulsome life, wrote books, had opinions, and was well remembered, certainly by those of us from my profession. I know that Deputy Mayor Deasley wants to say a few words about him as well, but he was a person that was well regarded, and a person I regarded as a friend, and he was kind of a mentor to me in certain ways. Deasley.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I would love to join you in acknowledging the passing of Sir Colin, who died peacefully in his sleep, aged 91. You've mentioned a lot about his history, but he was the longest serving Vice-Chancellor of the University of Auckland. And yes, we have Colin Maiden Park, which is in St John's, borders between Councillor Josephine Bartley's area and my own. And I also want to acknowledge it because there are a number of people who sit around this table who were responsible for ensuring that Colin Maiden Park remained open space for recreation in perpetuity, because of course it was originally owned, the land was originally owned by the university. and they could have sold the land for intensive housing. And in fact, in the draft unitary plan, it was covered in terraced housing and apartments. So I thought it would be appropriate. Sir Colin was always very, very grateful to Auckland Council for those people who sat around this table and ensured that sport and recreation and healthy young people and not so young people could stay in Auckland, and the 20 odd hectares of that park, I think, is testament to that. So I would invite you to stand, please, for a minute's silence for Sir Colin. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, a couple of process things. Any declarations of interest in particular? None. Confirmation of the minutes of the last meeting. A mover and a seconder, please, for that. Deputy Mayor and myself. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary carried. Public input. Now, we have had 3 requests for public input today. 2 of them are about the city centre, and we have Gary Blick coming in from item 10 to talk about the city centre and its post-recovery, post-COVID growth, which is all in the agenda papers. Not as bad as what people thought, actually. We will also hear from the PSA at the beginning of item 11, Pools and Leisure Service Delivery Model. Please remember questions, to keep them short and they end in question marks. They're not actually speeches. In the interest of time and running an efficient meeting, we are going to have 2 questions per presenter. First up, we have Gail Baldock on the closure of Smith & Coe, something which we all regret, including most of all my wife. I read in the paper earlier this week that there were still options on the table, which is encouraging for my wife and for Councillor Fletcher, who raised it too. You have 5 minutes. Gail Baldock, off you go.
Hello, Gail Baldock from Ngāmutu Taranaki, but I've spent most of my life living in Auckland, and I've worked in architecture here for 30 years, and I have a behavioural science background as well. So here we are in our heyday of when Queen Street was vibrant, full of people, and Smith & Coe's was one of those main reasons that people came here. I've worn today death, because pretty much we're killing Queen Street at the moment. So 144 years of Smith & Coe's, and here they are closing. Now, I haven't used this before, so I'm just trying to move to the next slide. Oh, that's how I do it. The reason behind this is manyfold. One of them is the City Centre Master Plan, which is meant to be a vibrant and bountiful place for everyone. We want to, according to the write-up in the City Centre Master Plan, we want it more accessible, more attractive, more prosperous. It's critical to the economy, being Queen Street, cultural, historical, commercial, professional and retail heart of Auckland. Unfortunately, there's been a number of things that have been killing it. One of them is this idea of putting pedestrians first. We're all pedestrians no matter what mode of transport we use. We've got the city rail link coming into the city. It's meant to be bringing in a lot of people, but we've got this plan which is called Access for Everybody, or everyone, sorry, Access for Everyone. It's including walking, cycling, scooters, Uber, taxi, whatever you like, and buses, but it seems to be except a whole big lineup there of cars, trucks, freight, and emergency services get really restricted by the closing down of Queen Street. So in the thinking of pedestrians. We need to, first of all, think about those that are mobility impaired, and this is really what our footpaths are for, are pedestrians, and our streets are for vehicles, and people drive those vehicles. So this is Smith & Coe's as it is now, and you can see in the right-hand side that it says that there is a GV lane. Most people don't know what that is. It's a revenue trap. So Auckland Council have set up a revenue trap, and this is what kills retail, and that's exactly what it's doing. So in the banning of private vehicles from Queen Street, Auckland Transport has managed to collect $5 million in fines over the last 16 months. Those fines are because they have a shortfall of 500 million, and they're wanting to spend it on the cycleways. As you all know, the event centre had a food court beneath it, but that food court has gone. That's all empty, as are huge chunks of Queen Street. There's another empty section through here where the grill is there. There's a whole arcade that's empty that's having a new building built there. The pharmacy's moved along the road, and they next to them is the McDonald's building, which is also going to be another development. Now, if you're killing Queen Street, you're teaching people that it's not a place to come to. It's being made really unwelcome, and you here are the ones that can change that. The other plan is that it's meant to be that High Street and the other small scaled streets either side of Queen Street are likely to get better and better. Well, that hasn't been happening either, and part of the plan is to make High Street into pedestrian only. And you know, you're already stopping people from coming into Queen Street. I went to a function last night and everyone was talking about how much they hate coming in, how rarely they come in. You can ask me some questions about that in my 2 questions. This is the plan for High Street in the city centre master plan. All looks very nice, but in reality, in 2018, there was a one-off evening of what it would be like to close High Street down for pedestrians only. It was a dismal failure. I've done my own surveys of these businesses. If you want to ask me some questions about that, you know, I've got very limited time, so I'm happy to answer that. But this is really what Queen Street is like at the moment. Revenue traps, revenue traps, revenue traps. They've just got to stop. The Centre City Master Plan has failed Aucklanders, and it's time to review it. I agree with you, Mr Mayor, when you said that at the last governing body. So let's make Queen Street welcoming again. In that City Centre Master Plan, it also talks about other matters, bringing together 19 iwi was my plan for what we could do for the outside of the downtown car park, and we also have got to stop killing trees as well. Happy to take questions.
Thank you for that very thoughtful and well presented presentation. Who's that?
Oh, that's trying to go back. Won't let me go back. It was Dean Kimpton, and he was saying we need to be listening to the people, and that cycleways were meant to raise from 17% to from 1% to 17% of commuters, but in reality they're stuck at 1%. And his comment was, so is the lesson that we can build it and they still won't come. So no need for the revenue traps to try and build cycleways. They're not working. They're not helping the planet, which was what they were meant to do, because they're not being used in this rainy, hilly city. We need to bring people back into the centre and make it vitalised again. Otherwise, what's the point of the centre city? Or sorry, the rail. What's the point of bringing people in? It's supposed to be the equivalent of Melbourne Cup Day on a regular basis through the day of people coming in. But what are they going to come in for if you kill it?
Okay, I've got some questions from Councillor Sayers and Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Gail, for your presentation. You started to answer the so you mentioned about how the vision is the City Rail Link will allow people to flood into the the CBD. I guess it's if you could project yourself forward and using your background in behavioural sciences as well. What if the master plan gets finished? What are they going to come in for? So why would you come in?
That's right.
A, number one, and B, if you feel that there's a shortfall there, what are you proposing as the alternative into the master plan? If you said we need to change something, what do we need to change? So if you just cover those two for Miguel, what are they going to be coming in for? Because I'm failing to see it, but you might be able to help answer that for me. And if there isn't any reason to come in here, how can that be created as an opportunity for Aucklanders to come and enjoy the whole CBD?
Right, so behavioural science-wise, it takes 3 weeks to make a habit and 3 days to lose that habit. We've had more than 3 years teaching people that this is not the place to come to the centre of the city. We've got road cones everywhere, we've got construction everywhere. We need to stop some of that and recover it while we can. So we need to do things like you guys could give rate relief to some of these people. I know you're short on your own money as well, but you could give some rate relief to encourage these people to stay. If it was Harrods closing, then the government would have stepped in to save them. And Smith & Coe's is our Harrods. And so what we need to do is we need to look for the things that are attracting people in and find a way to vitalise that. I've made some suggestions. You've seen the Seawall Market, which is, down at the bottom of town that I've suggested. But there's a whole raft of things like that I would love to put to you of how you can actually revitalise at the moment. And you need to protect what's there. And whilst Smith & Coe's have talked about staying on and only being in the lower level of their building, they've got a heck of a load of stock they've got to sell. Of course they're going to stay on until they sell their stock. We need them to be around and a lot of these businesses to be there for at least a year after the Central Rail Link opens. And the first thing we need to do is to get rid of those revenue traps and allow people to travel through Queen Street and stop on the way. And we need to put in some parking for people in the centre of Queen Street because people do drive. It is part of how people get around. So I'd love to talk with you more about, I just obviously don't have the time for a whole series of things that I would suggest that you do, but listen to the architects and the retailers. New Zealand is built on small business. That's what these retailers are. We need to protect them.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you. We mix in different circles, mine being the outer suburbs. And the people in the outer suburbs love what is happening to the city. They love the accessibility through the train in particular, and they love what has happened, particularly down in the waterfront area and the changes to Queen Street. So I just want to clarify with you, you're well experienced, you have been here a long time. What you're asking for is a reversal of the city centre master plan. You want to reverse the pedestrianisation of the city, specifically Queen Street, and you'd like a 1970s approach to the future of our city.
No, I don't want a 1970s approach to the centre of it.
Sorry, what year was the photo from?
Well,
was it 1970?
There's a series of photos that I have in there, and they're from various times.
1950 maybe?
That particular photo was. There are other photos as well, but we actually had a vibrant Queen Street, and I go around asking people, like I was at a function last night, I said, 2 questions for you. When was the last time you went into Queen Street, and what did you go there for? And most people said, 10, 20 years, months, can't remember when, it's so unwelcoming, there's not a lot to go in for. You know, it was a whole pile of negativity, and I'm not asking to reverse it back to the 1970s, because we all know that in the 1980s the council were made up of people that tried to deter people from bringing cars into the city. At the time, developers, because I was there in the heyday of that, developers gave a fee to the council to build car park buildings, and now that those are so expensive, and that the downtown car park is sold, which is one of the cheaper ones in town, all of these things are detrimental. We need to include everyone. And everyone does include people that, particularly, we've got a quarter of the population that have got mobility impairment. We've got one disabled car park outside Smith and Cooey that the only way you can get to it is to drive up Queen Street, U-turn and park in it. I sent an email out showing how the Queen Street was narrowed, and in that they were meant to be providing disabled car parking throughout. That was also done against standing orders. So I sent an email out to everyone with my article from the Ponsonby News on that. And so what we really need to be doing is including everyone. And the people that you're talking to that might say they love it, where's the evidence? Because the evidence would show that someone like Smith and Cooey's, which is one of the main attractors to the city, would be vibrant in the number of customers there if that was correct. And I'm sorry, I do not believe that most of the people in West Auckland are saying they love the centre city as it is.
I live in South Auckland, but thank you.
Yeah.
You have
I beg your
more than
pardon.
answered my
I beg your
question,
pardon.
and I got the answer.
Okay, thanks for that. I said I would keep it to two.
Well, that's the thing,
Point of
is I think
order?
that we need to
Excuse me, please just stop that nonsense.
we need to relook at the centre
I've
city
had-
master plan.
I
to-
said
to
I'd
see
limit
that.
it to 2 questions per thing, but Councillor Lee does actually represent that, or oddly enough, from an island, but he is a local representative, so I'll allow you to make a question. Thank you.
I'm happy to move the motion. I represent more than Waiheke Island, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Thank you for, it was a thoughtful presentation. We've got another one coming along the same lines, and I think after that we probably will have a thought about another look at the city centre plan, maybe not a full review, but a lot of things are hanging off that that are unfinished yet.
Yeah, some of the things worked.
And they're underway now, and we can't stop them.
Yeah.
And you can't reverse time. We are where we are. We've got a whole lot of things that are happening. They are causing disruption. They are slower than they should have been. In fact, as I pointed out, the City Rail Link and the city centre is in a contest with the conference centre to be the longest and most over time and over budget projects the country's ever seen. But we do hope that we'll live to see the end of those. So thank you for your presentation. Councillor Lee has moved that we receive it, and I'll second that, and all those in favour please say aye. On the contrary, thank you very much for that, and I'd welcome Viv Beck from out of the city to address us on, I imagine, a similar vein. Thank you.
Discussion last time raised by Councillor Walker just about the city centre, and you've got your report today. I'd have requested time. I've got a Jagdish from Roma Blooms with me. I thought it might be helpful for you to have the opportunity to perhaps ask questions of someone who's experienced 8 years of serious disruption. I think what we've seen, in fact, the Mayor was there present as well this week. We saw the opening of the Horizon Hotel, which is actually a really exciting thing. And it starts to show the potential for this area to really come to life. So I think actually the vision is exciting. What I'm here to talk about is actually the unbelievably challenging time it's been for many of the people we represent. And I'm here to express actually some quite specific requests between now and the momentous day when our City Rail Link opens. I think that's something that I've read the report you've got today. You've got some good macro data in there, which I think is helpful. But often the macro data doesn't drill into what is actually being experienced out there. So I'm just going to give you another layer. I'm going to talk fast because I've probably used a minute already. I've got three brief examples. One of them is Queen Street. I don't want to get distracted about Queen Street. I mean, we actually were supportive of upgrading Queen Street. We just only ever wanted it to be beautifully designed as our most famous street, operationally functional, and safe and accessible for everyone. So they were the sorts of things that we were keen to see. I do particularly want to talk about the essential vehicle area because we do get a lot of complaints about this, and I'll go through two. One from an events organiser who's about to launch an event here who expressed concern about the lack of taxi access to our nighttime economy, including the Civic. And I'll read you the latest complaint I've had actually from a member of the public. I've recently received a fine from AT for driving in a bus lane in the inner city. I'm very frustrated as I now see why, coincidentally, stores like Smith & Co are having to close. I certainly don't want to come into the city again. This does feel like a revenue gathering scheme that is crippling our CBD. Something needs to change in our CBD and will continue to deteriorate further until no one comes into it to shop. I hope you will take this seriously. We do take this seriously, and I know that's an AT decision, but I'm raising it because they all add up for the people trying to do business here and the people trying to come here through all the construction, and they echo the complaints we get regularly. Now, the information we have, which actually is a bit different to what Gail have, maybe a different time frame, but we were told that AT has raised $12 million of revenue in 16 months. However, I also know that sales in the Wellesley Street to Merrill Drive section dropped 55% overall from 2019 to the end of 2023. That's a drop of 17 million in 2023. So it is actually affecting people who are operating there. So not only have we got that happening, but we've got the 18 months ahead of the Wellesley Street bus works. And water care, which I understand is essential, but it's been delayed again. It's starting later this year, 15 months in that area. And then to top it off, we've got wastewater works beginning in early 26, scheduled completion early in 2027. So I'm painting a picture that for people trying to trade in these areas, it's extremely difficult. That's a lot of works for people to have on their doorsteps. Secondly, I'd like to talk about CRL, and once again, a really aspirational project that we support. It will totally unlock access to the central city and people will be able to come here a lot more easily. And I do thank the councillors here who have shown support over the time as we long, hard haul fight to get a hardship fund for those impacted. And I would acknowledge that Councillor Lee has been part of that work. There are remaining grievances to be put right, and it is possible to do so within the hardship fund and the promises that were made, bearing in mind also that the project has been seriously delayed. And when we met with the former Minister of Transport, these people were told it would finish in about 3 years in 2021. So they're facing an extraordinary situation of another couple of years before 54,000 people spill out of that CRL, good as it is looking underneath. I think the other thing that's really troubling us is that we've had a collective push to raise the importance of operational functionality. Things like loading, servicing and loading, really boring, but actually really matters. And I know I've been into Roma Blooms when they haven't had their flowers at 11:45 in the morning. Jugger's lost his long-term courier. I've got another business telling me they've been charged $40 twice now to go and lug their gear from a blocks away because they haven't got decent loading. And the irony is they've been charged $35 million of targeted rate, of which 95% comes from business, and their needs are not being met. So third example, before I wrap up, is just Wynyard Quarter. The lack of urgency that we've seen there and the lack of really understanding the impact on those businesses is not good. And also, it risks the sale GP if that delivery date. We haven't seen urgency and we haven't seen an understanding of those business needs. So I'm just going to quickly wrap up. We're asking council to rethink your approach to give these people a fair go. It's one thing to have a city centre master plan that is aspirational to guide investment, and we have seen benefits already coming from that. But the reality is it's another thing to make sure what it's delivering meets the needs of the various users, and projects costing billions of dollars should be evaluated before more are started. And we're not seeing those evaluations. I have often been told that the businesses are not that successful. And I would ask you to really think hard about that, because if someone has actually put their heart and soul into building up a business, and they are happy with how it's operating before construction hits their doorstep for however long it's going to be, I don't think it's up to a person in an office to judge whether that is a successful business. I think they need to be given a fair go. And I think what matters is their ability to trade being unreasonably interfered with by public works. So what I'm asking you to do, please, is do everything you can do to support businesses facing unreasonable lengths of time for delay. I'm asking you to have an attitude of urgency around this. You as the collective you, I'm talking about the council group here. It's policies that could actually help bring people here, even if it was just till the CRL was open. We're not asking to go backwards, we're asking to support this period to the CRL opens. Practical thinking and balance in transport planning, which is modelled off large, dense international cities. And I'll finish on the words of Tony Cowie: we need a friendly place for people to come and a friendly place to do business. Thank you.
Very good, thank you, Viv. Probably the best speech I've heard you make, actually. I'll like finish what we're doing before we start new things was one of my 5 campaign things, and evaluate new projects before we kick them off. We have a long, perfect record of overestimating the benefits and underestimating the costs. And I feel sorry for all those people like you with your flower business. And all my mates like Nev, Finlay and that who are all moaning about it, because it is making it bloody hard everywhere I go down there. And everyone says it's going to be great in the future, but I don't know if I can live long enough for that. And so I have a great deal of sympathy. I have some questions, and they are from Richard Hills and Julie Ferry, and I will allow Mike as our local to have the last one. So.
Kia ora, and thank you, Viv, for the presentation. Just, I guess, a comment, and then I totally understand the issues, and I think many of us have tried to figure out ways to improve the situation, and of course COVID and those delays have just been a huge issue there. But I guess from my point of view, as your kind of role is to promote the city, what people tell me, at least on the shore, is that I guess all the stories often you do talking about all the bad things, they kind of get turned off coming here. And then I get messages going, we went into the city the other day, Tiko Mititanga, amazing, busking. I went up Queen Street, amazing. Wynyard Quarter, Commercial Bay, Britomart, we come in on the bus every couple of weekends. And Wynyard Quarter the other day, when the art show was on, we couldn't even get a table in Good George. So I guess, how do you feel that you can do this with us, with police, but also help encourage people to come here? Because I think if we talk it down all the time, do you agree that talking it down all the time scares off?
I don't believe we do, and I'll explain. More than 85% of our work would be all the social media do. We get 6.5 million hits a year on our website. I mean, the reality is we do a lot of positive work. We've got Restaurant Month starting today. We've got Art Week in October. We've got a massive promotion for Christmas. The publicity we have done is about advocating for what the city has needed. We never feed bad stories. We respond, and we have advocated for 3.5 years since the beginning of COVID for more police, a downtown police station, mental health and addiction support, and better management of emergency and public housing with wraparound support, because we saw what happened before COVID. We have, if you look at all of our stories, it is fed by people who are so distressed. They are either facing an untenable situation with their business or crime or issues that they are dealing with. That is what has fed it. We have responded very consistently in our messaging. And if you have a look through, I challenge you to find me giving salacious, I can assure you I deal with all sorts of things 7 days a week, and I do not speak about it in the media. I stick to what we believe our city needs. And so I don't believe we have fed negative media, no. I respond, and I can't control what people say. It's a bit like the commentary around Queen Street. We supported that. If you look back, all of the stakeholders supported that project. It actually got turned into something that we never ever said. So we just wanted it to be a great street, as our most famous street, accessible for everyone, including the mobility impaired, and we wanted it to be safe. So I do think, I understand the point, but in the end also, you have to make sure a place is actually safe before you say it's safe. You know, you can't put lipstick on something, and I have advocated, our organisation has advocated extensively to make sure it's safe. We are all working together, and we have now got police. We're hopeful to get a stronger permanent presence. That's something we also want. We're now seeing a coordinated social response to the people that need help. There's still work to do, but by gosh, it's better than it was 3.5 years ago when we started that.
Thank you. And thank you. And the other question was, obviously, most people arrive by public transport, or the 40,000 people who live here. But how do we get the message out? So this car park under here on Queen Street is, I walk past it every day. It's 600 spaces empty almost every day, and the Victoria one has over 300 spaces empty every day. How do we get the message to people that there are quite good available car parks if they need to use them?
We feed that into all of our market. If you have a look at our website and our various, we do communicate parking, because it is one of the things that people actually do want, whether people like it or not. They do want affordable parking, and we actually actively promote it through all our channels. And as I say, the channels are really well, they've got good numbers and good hit rates, etc. And I think a lot of it is fed by people's experiences. And if they've had a bad experience coming here, they get hit with 150. That does so much damage to people that it actually does. That is a common message I get. I've read it out because it's a real person out there who has made that comment. That is very damaging. So people feel like it's hard to come here. You know, we do our best to promote the fact that there's great things on and it's easier than you might think. But as Jug will tell you, it actually is quite hard in places. And that's a fact of what I'm talking about over the next 18 months to 2 years. We do need to make some practical, sensible decisions to make sure people keep coming.
Thank you very much, Beth. Thank you.
Questions, and I think it supports the money we've put into security. I think that question leads to, and I've paid $150 fine also for being confused. We must ask AT, do they have that high fine to encourage people to get out of the car onto a bus? Accidentally, they're encouraging people to not come. I think that's the unfortunate thing. We've got a next question is from Councillor Fick.
Thank you.
And then Councillor Lee. Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you. Kia ora, Viv, and nice to see someone here from Roma. Sorry I didn't catch your name. Great. What I wanted to ask about was actually the compensation scheme, because this is the first time in New Zealand's history that there's actually been a compensation scheme for this kind of disruption, and I think we can potentially learn quite a lot from it. So how do you feel, and particularly, I know you will have received, hopefully, some stuff through the compensation scheme. How do you feel that has worked? And I mean, probably this is a very long answer, but maybe a succinct response about what we do next to sort of learn from it for next time. Because at the moment, there is no plan for any other compensation schemes. As I say, that's the first and only so far. the idea was it wouldn't set a precedent. I think as a city we actually need to grapple with, should this actually be something we look at more consistently, particularly big projects that are coming. So how have you found that, particularly as a recipient of it, and Viv, you as someone who's advocated for it and then, has contact with people who are receiving it? If you sort of give us a little bit of an insight into that, because I'm interested in where that discussion goes next in particular. Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Jagdish and we own Roma Blooms. Now, we've been there since 2013. Now, we didn't have an idea that this disruption was going to be as big as what it was. And when it started, everybody that came to us, the people that were in charge, the managers and that, said that it's all going to be very prosperous for us in 2021. It's all going to be completed. It's going to be up and going and running. 2021. So we said, how do we survive? And they said, look, it's going to be up and running in 2021. You only got 2016 it started, so you'll survive. But we still kept on asking the question. And then they said they've got no budget for us. They've ripped up the street. They've disturbed all our pedestrians. They've taken bus stops away. We've lost thousands of people walking past. Our rent hasn't changed. It's actually gone up. And then they're saying, oh, you're okay, business as usual. They put signs up saying business as usual. It's not as usual. When your street's closed for 8 years, Albert Street, the main, and loading zones. You know what? The whole plan about this as well, when they were doing this, they said they're going to sort out loading zones for us, have priority for us, for our customers or whatever. It never happened. It was basically, when you get there, oh, we're going to have to make room. Oh, no, you can't park here. But they got priorities for the construction to happen. They had vehicles parked in areas that shouldn't have been parked in areas. We've had caravans parked in areas that shouldn't be parked there for the whole day. And I said, what's this? We can't even get our loading, our stuff in. And this is what we've been going through. This has been mentally stressful for us. But the actual fund, yes, we fought for it. It took us a lot of time to fight for it, to get it. And it does help. It's not saying it doesn't help. And it would help for the future if there is projects like that. It would be a great advantage for them. But you still got to make sure that if you're going to do something like that, how do people still come here? Because now, like you said, that lady previously said about people change their ways of moving. It's going to take years before they come back here on Albert Street. We still don't have loading zones. And we've been fighting since 2019. Where's our loading zones? My courier got fined $40 for parking for 5 minutes. The AT was there. Take it a picture. He had to park on the curb because there's nowhere to park. And you know what he said to me? I'm not coming here anymore. I'm not going to have this hassle because there's no loading zones. They can't walk. We've got flowers and individual, you've got to bring them individually. You can't come 500 to 600 metres away with one container. It's going to take you all day. It's going to take you 20 minutes. And if it's raining, you can't, it really is a big thing for loading zones for us. But I still believe the hardship fund should continue right up until it's finished when we were promised verbally. We should have got it by email that this is what was going to be finished and this, but we were verbally told this every time the guy came up. And this is, one of the stakeholders, the managers, communicators, said that's going to be finished, it's going to be finished, and you're going to reap the benefits. We're not going to reap the benefits until another, I don't even know. You've seen all the shops that are closed around us? We're one of the very few that are still surviving and not surviving. And, yep. You can continue.
Okay?
No, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So you can tell this is a really emotional topic for people. We have seen people's lives destroyed. It was unprecedented, and as Jug said, it has been helpful. I think the challenge is the length and the mass, the severity of the disruption. We took it to Parliament. We got cross-party support to get a hardship fund. We asked for three things: better management of the day-to-day works, because you'll remember what they were like in the beginning. And to be fair, Link Alliance has endeavoured to do that. We asked for financial support, which it did come, and we asked for future projects to plan and budget for this in future. And that is, and actually we did get support from the Minister at that time for that position, so, you know, we're grateful for that. We don't believe...
Which minister was that?
Sorry?
Which minister was that?
Sorry?
Which minister
The
was
Minister
that?
of Transport, former Minister of Transport.
Michael Wood.
Michael Wood, yeah. But, so we do appreciate that. We don't believe, though, that the promises that were made about the amount that was set aside, and there was I will just quickly give you the detail. The reality was there was an arbitrary date of when it would start, which was about February 21. The works actually started in October 19, yep. And the people really wanted a back date because they were already financially stressed, and there was a view there wasn't enough money to do that. As it transpired, there was enough money, but CRLL recommended that the fund carry on for the rest of the project, and it has left some of the long-standing businesses really struggling. So I guess I just wanted to come here and make some lived experience, Mr. Mayor, so people understand the severity of these works and what it's doing to people's lives, and that we want to support the future vision. It is exciting, but we have to get there, and we want people to come with us.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. If I could just flag to my colleagues, this is something I'm really interested in us continuing to discuss, because I think that the nature of these projects now and the disruption that they're having, we need to learn from this and you know, not be closed off to this as an option in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. And if I can just say one thing, if you do look at what's going on around Wellesley Street with works for a long time now, if there was some sort of ability to support those people, that would be very much appreciated.
Okay, thanks for a very impassioned. It's right up my alley of complaint about temporary traffic management. They're so busy keeping 2 or 3 workers safe, and you can't deliver goods. It's grossly, excessively invasive, temporary traffic management. I'm at the government and everybody about that. AT need to be listening to this stuff today. You know, we're constantly told there's no problems at all, there's nothing but problems. Councillor Lee will finish this.
Thank you. Thank you, Viv, and thank you, Jagdish. Thank you for speaking truth to power, and thank you for your courage. And I say that particularly in regard to you, Viv, because your role, I understand, in Heart of the City is to talk up the city centre, talk up Queen Street and its retail. And if you, the risk of telling the truth about what is happening is that it adds to the negativity. But if you don't tell the truth, the reality will just get worse and worse. So thank you. I also acknowledge Jagdish because he has and his wife Shabana have been dealing with the CRL since January 2016. Actually, pre-works got underway on the corner of Victoria Street there. That's when that happened. That's a long time. Given that Queen Street and the inner city have been effectively blockaded, and the blockade is being tightened in Wellesley Street, it's complete madness and destructive. The only hope that all of us can look forward to is the CRL. So the question is, are your organisations getting briefings of exactly when the CRL will open? You're not. I think that's a priority. I think this CRL Limited, the tunnel has been effectively completed. It's taken years to do footpaths outside your place, Jagdish, hasn't it? But anyway, there's a cost consequence to all of that. But I think that it's a priority that this council gives CRL Limited, putting AT to one side. AT have piled on to the CRL, even though they weren't meant to, by spending huge amounts of money. But leaving that aside, Mr Mayor, CRL Limited need a bit of a kick in the backside, and we need to expedite the opening of that service.
I don't disagree with any of that. I found myself to be a sponsor of CRL when I came. I did point out before I even got here that it was going to be $1 billion over budget, and I was within 40 million of exactly what it is. I haven't had a complete date, a believable date. There are dates given and dates passed. The contract that was entered into was naive and doesn't have penalties associated with those things. It's really annoying. None of us can even get into our building without tramping around bloody cones. You are sorry, unfortunately, the symptoms of a deep disease which is affecting all of us. And I know that I was questioned that you shouldn't say finish what we're doing before we start things, otherwise you won't start any new projects. We do have to finish what we're doing because we don't know what the impact of this is. I've got a sneaking suspicion we won't be having 57,000 people coming off those trains. I do support the continuation of the fund to compensate businesses in position, and I accept the short moment of familiar advertising from Councillor Ferry. It was a good thing, and I hope we can keep that going. Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Lee would like to move that we receive and accept this, and it'll probably be seconded by Councillor Fletcher, I think. So all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary carried. We will take this to heart, and we will be going. I will be asking the Chief Executive to come back with a report of where we are in the face of these things, plus those other future projects which are being proposed by CCOs. And I do want to remind people that despite the fact that I'm the mayor, I don't have full control of either AT or water care or any of those other ones, thanks to the idiotic way that this council was set up.
Thank you for the
So I'm going to move on that.
Thank you for the additional time and the positive response.
Good on you, Viv. Cheers. Righto.
Good on you, Viv.
We have received no input from local boards, and I've no known extraordinary items, if that's not enough extraordinary stuff. And I would now like to welcome an item 7, Mayor Toby Adams and Nicola MacDonald and Chris Olivia from Aotea Great Barrier and Lucy Baragwanath. Welcome to your first presentation as the forum's new executive officer. Some good work going on here. I'm looking forward to hearing how we're tackling Kalerpa. I took great care when I went out to the barrier to not put my anchor down and to use some mooring. And I recognise the good work of Izzy Fordham in arranging that for me. So I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation, please.
Awesome. Well, good morning and thank you for having us, Your Worship, or Mayor Wayne. I'm not sure how you like to be called. I just like to be called Toby when I'm in my chambers, but staff do, so I'll use Your Worship. Deputy Mayor, councillors and staff and all those in the public gallery. It's a bit of an eye-opener for me. We're lucky if we get one or two turn up to our meetings, and it has to be a controversial item for them to get out of their bed to come to see us. They do theirs via Facebook and personal emails. That's how they complain to us. I just want to thank all of you guys for what you do. Being the mayor is probably one of the most challenging yet rewarding roles you can ever have, and the councillors, the amount of time and effort and pressures that come onto you from your communities and the decisions you have to make. So I just want to acknowledge that. I know how tough that is. We're here today to update on the Golf Forum and to pledge my support on the traffic management cone system. Happy to stand beside you on that. Our little wee council has gone up to, I think it's nearly 100,000 a month we spend on traffic management. So for that $1.2 million we spend, equates to about a 3% rate increase. So when the government's sitting there saying go through your stuff line by line, if they took that line out for us, we'd save 3% just like that. So happy to support you on that. What we wanted to do today is just update you where we are in the Golf Forum and acknowledge the councillors that you have here that are part of that process, and just ask for your continued support for what we're trying to achieve. So we're not here asking for money, like some people are. We just want your support. The golf is like our big playground. You play in it yourself. I'm there as well. My yacht's probably not as big as yours, but I'll soon tie up to it and share some of your whiskey if I can. But it's a massive playground that we have, and we need to get behind and support this cleanup of this Kalupa. If it was something that was visible, like the Botanic Gardens up here or one of your domains, and you saw it in a state that it is, by all means you'd be jumping on it to get it cleaned up. And because we can't see it because it's under the water, we don't have that same sort of ramifications when we're trying to get the public in behind us. So we're just asking for your support to central government to get behind us, Thames Coromandel, Hauraki District Council, the Golf Forum, and yourselves. So I'll hand over to Lucy. For those that haven't met Lucy, she is our new executive officer, so we welcome Lucy, and obviously the queen of the environment, the lovely Nicola McDonald.
Kia ora everyone, thank you. Kia ora everybody. I might actually leave the Queen to speak next and I will pick up behind. Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you, members, your worship, and members of the public. As Toby has said, we're not here to ask for money. We're here for your continued support. Auckland Council have been leaders in the Hauraki Golf Forum, and I want to acknowledge some of our members that are on the forum that are councillors here today. It's wonderful to have you here with us. We have been trying incredibly hard to look at how we can advance some of the needs from central government, because we know that the Hauraki Golf is the national treasure for all of New Zealand. We've got 1 million hectares of water space. We've got people out there enjoying. Mia, you've got your boat. Mia, you've got your boat, but I think I've got the fastest boats because I've got the police boats. So we must get on those boats and go for a bit of a ride. But that ride's not going to be any fun when we know underneath the water it's choked up and suffocated by this blinking sea gorse called Kalupa. So we're looking for the support from Auckland Council so that we can continue to advocate strongly to central government to invest those commitments here in the Gulf. We know there are other places that are under siege, but not like the Hauraki Gulf. We've got Kalupa infestations everywhere. And what we want from Biosecurity New Zealand, from Ministry of Primary Industries, we want our government to say, hey, we need to invest right here, because we are all the stewards and caretakers of this beautiful ocean space that all of New Zealand enjoys. So those are sort of my comments. And as you'll know, earlier this week, and I want to thank Auckland Council for your biosecurity permit, we put down 7 million kutai mussels in the Hauraki Gulf, and that's a big cheers for all of us. It's the world's largest shellfish bed restoration right in our patch. So thank you, Auckland Council and members of the public. I know the bell's going to ring soon, so Lucy, you're on the fast track.
Thank you so much. Kia ora everybody. It's such a privilege to be here doing this amazing work alongside these extraordinary people. So, and thank you too to the other forum members present. So our new work plan has been finalised, and and right at the top, obviously, is supporting the efforts going into Kalupa, including the mighty efforts that Auckland Council's putting in. And it takes us all. These great big wicked problems have many, many causes and are cumulative, and it's really important that we all work together to try and tackle them. And part of that, Auckland Council is a very powerful presence and a wonderful leader in this work alongside everyone else, but it takes us all, including central government. The second issue that's a priority for us is the RMS Niagara, sitting up there under the Gulf, quietly rotting, with a whole lot of heavy oil on board. If that blows, it's going to be a monumental disaster, 3 times as much oil as was in the Renner. I know that this is something that Mike Lee, Councillor Lee, has worked on for many years now. The problem hasn't gone away and it's rotting faster. So that's another issue where we would like your help. We need a survey done to establish how much oil is left on board. So yes, it's a big government problem, but it's all of our problem if the Niagara goes. The third thing is making sure that we keep on top of the issue of sediment and pollution that's entering the Gulf, and obviously the councils have a big role to play in this. I know the work that's going on and the amazing compliance that's happening at Auckland Council, but it's a huge issue, it really is, and so that's a high priority. And the last one I'll leave you with is the Hauraki Gulf Te Kapa Moana Marine Protection Bill. It's passed its first reading. It was unanimously supported by the Select Committee, and so we're very hopeful that there's cross-party support in central government for its passage through the House. So we would like you to all cross your fingers and hope like heck that it goes through, and in any way, any support that you can possibly provide, because that would increase, in a very tiny way, the protection of the Gulf, but a really important way. So that's what we wanted to leave you with today, and we're very happy to take any questions. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much for that. I just want to say it's not my fault that the Gulf's overfished. I'm hopeless at that.
Certainly not mine either, if you see me fishing.
And perhaps you should send the Germans a bill for the Niagara. They sunk the damn thing. I've got questions from Richard Hills, please.
Kia ora, I'm not going to speak to the item, so just a quick comment first. Just thank you, Nicola, for the invitation on Monday, and I'm sorry I was stuck here and couldn't make it, but that's fantastic to see that roll out. And also thanks to the leadership of the Hauraki Gulf Forum. You know, we have done a lot of things around this table because of your leadership and the leadership of the forums before around sediment, our Closing the Gaps program, our work with Dave Allen and Rachel Kelleher and Phil and others to get genuine things happening, including some action through the LTP, thank you, Mayor, on Kalupa. I guess it's going to continue, and I want to ask a really kind of tough question. When you're looking at sort of 160 to 200 hectares out past Aotea of Kalupa and limited money from the government, and unlikely that we could fund full removal, where and how do we have the conversation around where we should focus if we can't do it all?
That's a tricky one. That's where we would like the huge support. We know Auckland is a strong voice in central government, and if your voice is alongside our voice, we should be able to get the money out of central government. The sooner we get it, if we had this 2 years ago, we'd have been well on top of it. We know we're not going to eliminate it completely, but we would have been on top of it. And there's so much slow progress going on for committing the funds and putting cans in place where they're required. If we had that support, then we can get on top of it and start eradicating it, and then keep monitoring as we go along. I mean, we wrote to the Minister and talked about the microbiota problem that we had. When that hit us, yes, it's a different scenario. It's on land, it's more visible, but they didn't think twice. They threw money at it, and we got on top of it and got on top of it rather quickly. The Gulf is a $100 billion asset. It's a huge asset for New Zealand and a huge asset for us. So we need to get that money from central government.
Thank you. And just one slight comment. Nicola, if you just want to give a brief update of the work mana whenua Ngāti Manuhiri, but also volunteers are doing out there on Kalupa, so without a lot of financial support.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Well, I think one of the really exciting things about our neighbourhood is the relationships that we have shared over many, many generations, and certainly the role in which mana whenua have played in terms of leading out with rāhui, for the tipa, for the scallops, work that they're doing at place with their own communities to get in the water and see what we can do. There's been some fantastic work with Ngāti Pāwa, with Ngāti Rehua, Ngāti Hei, Ngāti Tamatara. They've been outstanding. Ngāti Manuhiri have been in the water as well, because we know that together it's going to take a whole village to get on top of protecting our ocean space. And I couldn't agree more with Toby. Auckland Council, you have a very strong, influential voice. Together, we need to influence the minister down in the beehive, get his feet wet, not at the farm, in the ocean, and let's get some resources to protect this beautiful taonga that we all love.
Kia ora, thank you.
Okay, we're just looking to see who the Minister of Biosecurity is, just so I can get the right one when he comes in front of me, but Councillor Fletcher's got a question for you.
Morena, colleagues. It's fantastic to have you here. I sometimes feel that the magnificent work of the Hauraki Golf Forum is not really fully appreciated by the people, not just of the Auckland region, but also of the Coromandel. Welcome, Lucy. You had a marvellous predecessor in Alex Rogers, and Alex Rogers has left to actually manage the Northern Regional Department of Conservation. And I'm excited by that because if there is a real weakness, it's been in the Department of Conservation and their inability to get on top of the many problems that they have. There are obviously funding issues, but there are also other issues that need to be urgently addressed by the Department of Conservation. So you have big boots to fill there, Lucy, but we really welcome you. I wonder, Toby and Nicola, if you can outline what the work program might be in the short term and how we can report, for those of us on the Auckland Council, how we can get that interaction with the forum moving, and also the advocacy you would like the Mayor to take, because the Mayor is talking to government on a regular basis in and around the legislative changes that we've sought for the Hauraki Golf Forum. And anything else you would like, and I've got quite a lot I'd like to tell the Minister of Conservation, but anything you feel that could be constructive in getting, I know how effective the Hauraki Golf Forum can be, but what we can do to complement and add value.
100%. So Minister Hoggard is the one we really need to tackle, and I think we're meeting with him relatively shortly, so we'll fire that off, and if you've got free 10 minutes to walk across the street, give them a barrel with us, we'll take that. At the moment, it's really unknown. We can't get a clear answer out of central government and his office on what the value is, and it's coming, and what their work program looks like for that. We're mindful that it's Kalupa's got, it's in all these different little spots, and it's starting to grow rapidly in other areas. We're worried that they might concentrate too much on the far north with the amount of budget that they've got, where they can tackle that and let these other areas just infest to a greater area. So we need that advocacy to get a better budget and a more balanced approach look at how we tackle this process. At the moment, it's been real piecemeal. We've been trying to encourage the government with scientific facts from other industries that have been dealing with this, how the best way to tackle it, and it's quite piecemeal at the moment. So we're trying to get that into a more pragmatic approach.
Thank you for your advocacy on that. But I think while you're with us, because we very rarely have the forum come formally to the governing body, there are a whole lot of issues in and around the Department of Conservation and some of the areas of dysfunctionality on other aspects to conservation. Are there any other points that you'd like to make while you're here?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. One of the key points around the Department of Conservation will be the impending Hauraki Marine Protection Bill, in particular the role that they will play over managing our marine protected areas and marine reserves. We have a number of beautiful marine reserves scattered right throughout the Hauraki Gulf. It will be important that they come to the fore and really look at how they're monitoring and managing those marine reserves, ensuring that we're not facing incursions. But one thing I do want to say, Mayor and councillors, you have a fantastic clean hull program here, and it was that little program that spotted the Kalupa at Lee Harbour. Now I want to say this, we've got over 1,000 hectares in total of Kalupa. The first ever site in New Zealand that removed and totally eliminated Kalupa was at Lee Harbour. And we wouldn't have known that without the great work that the Clean Hull team are doing. So that is, I want to encourage council to continue investing in that program because they are the ones that are spotting inshore. And that's something that the forum can also look at. How do we keep those connections with the council programs and also with the strategy that we have? Because we've got these great programs out there. They're there to do clean hulls, but in fact, they found Kalupa and we got on top of it. Within 48 hours, we had eliminated at that site. It's the first site in New Zealand ever eliminated. And we've had it for 3.5 years. So I think that shows the tenacity of the way in which local government are weighing in to support these central issues. And that's what we need to bring to the attention of Minister Hoggard. We really need to encourage him. Don't forget the golf.
Thank you for that. I have written to Andrew Hoggard, who's I've met, but we'll follow up on that. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Leone has a question.
Kia ora, koutou ngā mihi nui kia korua, me koe Lucy, congratulations on your role, and ngā mihi nui Nicola and Toby on your leadership with the Hauraki Golf Forum, and you're doing some amazing mahi. Just coming back to the points that's already been raised around Minister Hoggard, obviously, and I think Minister of Conservation. So would you primarily like us to organise to have that meeting with both of the ministers, to have that discussion? Because I think... And both of them, like, together with councillors and the mayor.
Most certainly. Would welcome that. Would appreciate that.
I think we'll try to have a crack at that.
Yeah.
And thanks for the stuff about the clean hull thing. It is a responsibility that boat owners, like myself, do take seriously, and I hope others do. And it also plays into we have a narrative about whether or not we've got enough areas to pull boats out and make them clean at the moment, which is another thing going on as well. Nothing's easy, everything's complicated, and Councillor Sayers is the last question.
Thank you very much for the presentation, but just for the interest of the table, the Niagara, when that sunk during the war, it was, it hit a mine, and my father was actually, it was full of gold. Oh, wow. Right, it was full of gold, and so they went down and they wanted to get the gold back, the salvages. My father actually went down in the bell. They went and got that gold, and there's still some of it there. The claw couldn't get down and get it all because the ship had tipped and it slid down into the corner. So there's an incentive. But my father was, and the skippers of those
Sorry, mate,
salvage,
I've got to go.
yeah, those salvage crews knew that their oil was there, and they knew that it was just a matter of time. It's surprising that disaster hasn't occurred yet, so there is urgency around that. We need to find out the state of that and there's a technology now to get it out. In those days there wasn't. So I totally support that, but I just mentioned that as a story of curiosity for everybody. Okay.
I just found our cost savings.
Yeah, we definitely know the technology's there, and we've been advocating that there is technology there. Once again, it's just getting that central government to loosen the purse strings and supply some budget for that. But you'll probably see in the Herald about January the 3rd, 2025, 2 mayors diving on the Niagara, looking for gold.
Yeah. Okay, well, the Chief Executive said he will follow that up, and the oil now is worth as much as the gold was when it sank all those years ago, so the economics might be in favour of this. I still think we should send the Germans a bill. All right, thanks very much for that. I'll move that we... Hey? Okay, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Walker beat me to it, and we're going to move that we receive the update from Mayor Toby Adams and Nicola MacDonald and co-chairs and Lucy Barragonath from the Hauraki Golf Forum, and thank you for their attending. Awesome. And continue with your work.
Happy to come and present any time, so happy to come again. If you could just discount the parking for me, that'd be appreciative. And the Deputy Mayor for organising the choir for me being here today. I've sent that back to my team and said this is the kind of welcome I had at Auckland Council, so we've got to lift our game in Hauraki.
Well, you're welcome to come over to my boat, but you won't get whiskey, but you might get champagne. Okay.
Do you want to put that, please?
All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much for that indeed. Okay, next item is the demographic advisory panels. And it's welcome to all of you. I don't know how you're going to get around the table. Just come forward, please. The panels have made a big impact on the long-term plan. You haven't gone unnoticed. Make sure Bazza gets to the front and the middle. Okay. I also spent time on Tuesday with the Small Business Advisory Panel, which Councillor Turner is doing an excellent job of chairing. It took a bit while getting underway, but they've got a lot to say and a lot to add to the system as well. Councillor Ferry, would you like to say something to introduce this as the lead councillor for the panels? And thank you for your work as well.
Kia ora. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Really just, I think we're all looking forward to this. And no pressure, but the last interaction we had in this room was really positive and showed the value that the panels bring and also the value that they are held in by councillors in terms of informing our decision making. And so really looking forward to this conversation. I want to acknowledge the many staff who support the panels as well, in particular Victoria, but there's also a number of staff who do it above and beyond their normal jobs as well, which is really great and helps to add value through the organisation too. The panel members themselves are, I probably don't need to remind you, but I'm going to anyway, just the most amazing group of people who bring their lived experience, their connections and knowledge, which is very deep, to our stuff, which we can't get any other way. So I really want to acknowledge them and looking forward to hearing what they have to say without taking up any more of their time. And I think they'll explain their format to you. But I did just want to flag to councillors, a number of you are liaison councillors already and go along to panels, which is fantastic, and thank you for that. But if there is a panel that you want to come along and observe or interact with, then let us know. That can totally happen. We already have a couple of panels that we've had other governing body members rock up to and listen to, which has been great. So kia ora, looking forward to this item. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning all, it's Mayor Brownie, Deputy Mayor and councillors. It's a real privilege to be here. How we intend to handle it is Senate and I are going to set the scene, and then each council, each advisory panel will give some presentation of what they have achieved over this time. And also Phil, hi mate. So here we go. We believe that we've been a very successful collective of advisory panel members. And in fact, from what we've heard from around the country, we were one of the most successful panels, collective of panels that exist. And we believe that's because we work from a level of maturity, that we've been able to work together and understand that a lot of the commonality that we have fits right across all panels. It may be different in how we actually do the work, but we all have the same commonality, and we draw strength from actually being a collective and a group that can actually talk together and not try and talk over one another, that we all have equal say on the committee. The other thing that's been very useful for us is the fact that we feel supported by the council staff and also by the council. I just want to put one thing that we dealt with was the Central Rail link, since it's a sense of pain for everybody. They tried to put in stations that didn't fit with the accessibility of other stations, and we argued with them and they basically fobbed us off. So I texted the mayor, and within a week or two they changed their tune and are now following the pattern for the rest of the train stations. So for people with disabilities, that's a real plus. So thank you for that. I've got to open my phone. Our shared understanding is formed a bridge for us that we are able to holistically look at any issues, and we pride ourselves on coming up with solutions and not just putting the problems ahead and not just moaning about things, but actually being able to provide solutions for the staff. And we have, over the period of time, had a lot of the council groups come to us and talk to us, and we've been able to say the problem and then give them some examples of how that could be fixed. And one of the things that we've done recently is that with the CEO, he does a cadetship, and now he's looking at disabled people being part of that cadetship. Not that they weren't, but we're going to focus on getting some disabled people involved in that process. So he's given me a date and promised that that we will look at that and other issues for the council. So now it's in writing, Phil. As a result of the strength, the advice we have been able to give elected members has been excellent, as it is truly representative of the needs and aspirations of Aucklanders. We don't perceive that we know it all, but we do know where to go to get any specific information regarding our groups. Like disability, I don't know it all, even though I'm a bit younger than Wayne, but I've been around a long time, and with disability, I don't know everything. So we're able to go and find that information and recommend to the governing body where that information can be. And that's how we as a group effectively manage what we do. Fundamentally, we are there for all Aucklanders to make sure we are giving advice and enables the city to be the best city in the country for everyone. We love this city, and that's why we stood for the boards, and we want to see the city grow and be part of something that we've been involved in. So now I will hand over to my youth colleague to carry on.
Thank you, Barry, for those excellent remarks, and credit where credit is due. I think Barry's talked about the strength of how we've collaborated as a group of panels, and often he's been at the center of that, keeping us together, especially during tough times. A couple of jokes come through from Barry's end, and I think everyone sort of comes together at the end, so that's been awfully nice. I just wanted to focus a little bit more on revising and sort of checking in on where we've been as a group of panels and the sort of journeys we've taken and the sort of discussions we've had. I think over the last year or so, we've crossed a lot of different subject areas, and the advice we've given has been super diverse, and I think it's just important to recognize the depth of that. We've talked to emergency response teams about what emergency response, especially in the wake of Auckland floods, look like over the coming years as climate events get more and more extreme. We've had a lot of work done on the long-term plan. I think we were one of the main groups that were consulted on using this new cross-panel advisory forum, these deliberative democracy practices. And I think we especially enjoyed the process of being consulted in a new and innovative way. That sort of engagement was unprecedented, and we appreciated that. We've been involved in the local board reorganization forums, so we've given extensive advice, or attempted to give extensive advice on what we want local boards to do for, all Aucklanders of diverse backgrounds. We've done a lot of work on storm recovery, understanding how we want to recover from last year's extreme weather event, but also what that recovery looks like when it's imbued with purpose and it's driven by community and diversity. And I think the one thing that I just wanted to check in on is last year when we came to give this update, we also presented to you our collective strategies as a group of panels. And I think the two things I'd urge this group to do today is, firstly, continue to lean and trust us as a repository of information as to what Aucklanders really need. I think, within us, we're encapsulated as what Auckland is truly representative of. And if you continue to ask us for advice that goes beyond, what we would argue is one-dimensional consultation, we're going to continue to give it to you because we have those interests in mind and at heart. But secondly, what I think the panel has always consistently advocated for is that this group stop seeing Auckland as a box of problems. I think even I have a tendency to do that. I'm an engineering student myself. But to stop seeing Auckland as a group of problems and to instead articulate a collective vision for what we want the city to be. And that has to be built on and built with the sort of values and strategies and priorities that communities like us are always coming up here to advocate for. That's probably the biggest thing that we'd like to take away from this entire process and journey. Thank you. Perfect. Just looking at the order, I believe I'm still up here for remarks, so I'll continue. But thank you so much, Barry. I really appreciate all of those remarks. Once again, Barry's the glue that keeps us together. So credit where credit is due. I think what we'll do is I'll go first and then the order is there, so we'll just keep on getting people to come in and continue to present. I'm the co-chair for the Youth Advisory Panel. My colleague Vera isn't here right now because she's at work, and a lot of my other colleagues aren't here right now because they're either sitting in class or at work as well. I should probably be sitting in class at some point, and I'll do that after this. For the Youth Advisory Panel, I think there's a couple of things that come to mind, but what I'd like to hone in on is what it means to be a young person in Auckland today, especially the progress that's been made from last year. I think the first thing to recognize is that being anyone, being a disabled person, being a young person, being a Pacifica person in Auckland hasn't necessarily gotten easier over the last year. There's a lot of things that have made living as diverse communities harder for us. Whether those problems have been prevalent or emergent, that's up for debate. But if I hone in on what young people really want and the problems that we're facing right now, I think there are three things that come to mind. First, I don't think we have a stake in Auckland, or we continue to feel as if we don't have a stake in Auckland. That's often reflected in a huge apathy towards the work that sort of happens here and the advocacy that sort of happens here. But it's also reflected in the fact that we're vanishing. We're moving to different cities, we're moving to different countries, and I think the difference between what that was 10 years ago, which was going overseas to get experience, then coming back here to resettle, versus the difference of what it is now, which is going overseas and then settling there, is really stark. And that's a huge pitfall because the sort of decisions you're making now, the consequences aren't going to play out until 10 years down the line. And 10 years down the line, we're the ones who are going to be dealing with those consequences. So once again, we continue to urge whenever you're making decisions to have those interests in mind, but also keep in mind the fact that we don't feel like we have a stake in the city, and we need you to reach out to us and make space for us to be at the table more consistently. I think the second thing that still speaks out to us, especially in a local government sense, is that housing is still a pipe dream. We talked last year a lot about how a lot of Aucklanders, young Aucklanders, want to own and live in their own house here. And that continues to be a far reach and a far stretch. The Youth Advisory Panel has been doing a lot of advocacy around that, and we're going to continue to be doing a lot of advocacy around that, but we still want, as a soft warning, but also as a red flag, that urgent action consistently needs to be taken to address the housing crisis in this city. The third thing, and the last thing that I'd like to point out is, and one thing we'd really like to appreciate, is the sort of work that the governing body has been doing on climate change. We really appreciate the urgency that's been undertaken to figure out how best we adapt to the challenges we're going to be facing tomorrow when it comes to the extreme weather events and the challenges that climate change is going to be bringing us. Once again, we urge you to continue doing that. And the work that we've been especially fond of are programs that fund on a community level young people to be leaders in their own communities when it comes to climate change and climate action. One thing that's really important for us is that not only are young people brought to the table, but they're consistently empowered and resourced to be leaders in their own right. I think when that happens, you see some of the best outcomes happen across communities because the sort of ideas we have tend to be a little bit more aspirational. the reason I'm able to sit here and talk to you today, and the reason that a lot of the young people in our panel exist today, are because of programs that Auckland Council has consistently funded to empower us to be leaders. I'd like to especially highlight youth councils and youth boards across the city. Those are currently under threat because of the financial challenges that the city faces, but unfortunately, because they're under threat, it also seeks to threaten the sort of leaders that we need for tomorrow. If we want to make sure that they're empowered to be at settings like this, empowered to be in your seats 10 years down the line, those programs continue to need funding and resourcing and a lot of attention and care. Before I finish off, I'd really like to thank Vic, Alison, Divya, Madeline, Millie, and my co-chair Vera, who've all been an incredibly wonderful and supportive team. I'd like to thank Shane for those wonderful quarterly catch-ups and the advocacy you've done around transportation. I'd like to thank Julie for always coming to our workshops and giving us really brilliant insights. And I'd like to encourage this entire group here today to continue fighting for higher quality community engagement, because that's the thing that enhances your decision-making at the end of the day. There are going to be people that always come up to you, but if you're able to reach out to the people that don't come up to you, that's what's going to make the difference. So I'd encourage you to keep doing that. Thank you very much. I'll take any questions.
I think what we'll do is we'll plough on through your the next ones and get the flavour of it all, if that's all right. So I think we've got Edwina Poe waiting patiently on the other side of the planet to tell us about senior advisors. Off you go. And I think is that you lead there, is it? With her. Okay, cheers.
Thank you, Your Worship. And it is 12:49 a.m. in the morning for me. But it's always a pleasure to interact with the governing body and with the councillors, and we are very grateful for the opportunity. Your Worship, the Deputy Mayor, and as others have said, we are really supported by Auckland Council. I'd like to thank you all because, and if I use the Latin word sapere aude, dare to know. So you have been prepared to listen to what we have to say. Some things might not be that palatable, but you're still open to that. My co-chair, Claire Dale, is not here today, so Lee will be talking in her stead. I'd like to talk about the overarching age-friendly Auckland, which is what we look for, and we want the city to be age-friendly. We have, in that respect, we have an age-friendly Auckland implementation group, and two of us from our seniors advisory panel are part of that, Lee, who will be presenting in a little while, and myself. This year, on the 5th of November, there's going to be an age-friendly symposium. We had one last year. It was very well attended by around 100 people. Seniors, of course, are not by the way. Your Worship, you would know that. They are an increasing number, a vital part of Auckland. In Auckland, there's an aging population structure with 13.3% of the population 65 years and over. This is the 2023 census data. For those aged 65 plus in the Auckland region, between the 2018 census and the 2023 census, there's an increase of 16.2%. For the information of those present, 9,039 people in Auckland are 90 plus. So that's quite a large number. I'd also like to draw the attention of the councillors to the fact that the Asian population is increasing in Auckland, and there's an increase of 31.3%. Some research has been done on aging Asians in Auckland, but we also need to look at older women living alone and the vulnerability and insecurity due to housing and heating. We are very grateful that the CEO, Phil Wilson, came and presented to us on the DEI strategy. And I understand he's also going to be coming to talk to us to the different panels later. The second area under what we look at as a seniors advisory panel is safety. This has been already touched on by some of the councillors. And safety and accessibility engagement event we are going to have this month. Councillors are invited to join us if you would like to. It's in the middle of this month. The third aspect is transport. And we are really grateful that the Gold Card free facilities for public transport after 9 a.m. continues. Of course, we would like it to be for 24 hours because many of us work or someone has to go and keep their car in the garage. And that is important as well for us. The other areas are going to be covered by Lee. So Lee, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to everybody in this room. It's been said already, the panel's very grateful for the support we get from councillors, and I'd just like to recognise Councillor Ferry and also Councillor Filipaina, who's been very helpful to us in guiding us in our progress. I'd also want to echo our thanks to the council staff who support us in our meetings. It's a bit like having a crash course in the way of the council and understanding some of the mysteries that go on in the way the council operates. And I've got to say they've been very patient and very helpful. And that's also helped us to perhaps be more effective than we might have been otherwise. Scale of the problem, or scale of the opportunity, if you like it. When you put all the panel members together in one room, you've got about 100 people. You've got the youth, you've got disabled, you've got ethnic, you've got Maori, you've got everybody there together, you've got the seniors. It starts to look like Auckland. And I think that's the combined power of the panel groups, that we do represent the city, we are part of the city. And from the seniors' point of view, we're getting larger. By 2038, the forecast is there will be 370,000 plus people aged 65 or over living in Auckland. To put that into context, that's the population of Christchurch at the moment. Okay, so I think it's about 16% of the projected population. So we are a strategic issue. We are a strategic opportunity. We know what some of the focuses should be because we're living them at the moment. Edwina's touched on housing. Auckland currently has the highest proportion of seniors who feel or who are experiencing living through vulnerabilities related to housing. Primarily, that's about the quality of their housing. And we've focused greatly on that. We're talking about damp, mouldy homes. We're talking about homes where people that can't afford to live anymore. And we're not just talking about renters, we're talking about mortgage holders as well in Auckland. So we think it's been really important for policymakers in the council to be aware there's a looming problem here with housing for seniors. It's going to double over the next 12 years. How can we go about helping to eliminate some of the gaps in provision and some of the barriers to understanding? Well, the other beauty of the panel system is that we've been able to bring people together. So in our focus on housing, we've heard from Humaru, the council organisation, which is doing amazingly innovative work in how it provides community housing developments for specifically for older people, kicking off things like warm, dry, healthy places, kicking off building in community facilities, kicking off developing near transport hubs so people can get to the bus stop, that kind of thing, and local shops. Brilliant. We've heard from Plans and Places who have kind of undertook themselves to look again at design requirements which might be applied to consenting. We've heard from Kanga Ora, which was encouraging, but of course then Kanga Ora is now in kind of a bit of limbo until November. But Kanga Ora are aware of the issues facing ageing Aucklanders. And we even brought in somebody from the private sector. We heard from Simplicity Living. Sam Stubbs came in, brilliantly able to generate fast turnaround and volume. So we looked at quality, we looked at provision, and we looked at volume. And hopefully that can all be coalesced together as we go forward and influence policy and strategic thinking in the council. The other area I'd like to touch on is kind of all joined up together within this idea of access, safety and access. The two kind of link together very much. We were grateful for being listened to in the long-term plan process, which I think everybody involved with from the panels thought was extremely well put together. I was looking at my notes earlier, and it actually started back in August last year. So we kind of, that's been a theme running through what we've been thinking about. To give you two examples, I think in terms of access, we feel we've been listened to by Auckland Transport, and we feel that there's going to be more buses, and also that the use of the hop car is going to be extended so seniors are able to be part of the city and not just be a sort of 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock part of the city, which is fantastic. So that's just one little example. In terms of emergency planning, we felt we were listened to in terms of very simple things like, well, actually, a lot of old people don't have telephones, so how are they going to get the warnings that they're going to get flooded? Emergency housing. Do you know how many emergency housing facilities there are for old people in Auckland? Suitable for old people? 20. Right. And if you're outside, if you're 21, then you're given a list of motels that you might phone. Okay? It's not a blame thing, it's just something that people aren't aware of. Disaster preparedness goes on. People don't know where to go. You can't ask an old person who hasn't got an internet, who's not internet capable, to go and look up where they should go, where their emergency centre is. We see a great role for local bodies here, local boards, and some of the panel members have been working towards that. So these issues come up, but we get listened to, and it's fantastic, and that shows a really good amount of open-mindedness. I'd echo Edwina again and invite councillors to attend. We're having a sand table exercise. When is it, Edwina? A couple of weeks' time? I can't remember.
It's going to be on the 12th of August, I think.
Right. So we heard earlier on about the problems with the city centre and the macro dynamics of that, retail, parking spaces, that kind of thing. We're going to do an exercise where old people have to get from their home to an event in the city centre and actually walk through all the stages. And we're hoping that will bring it down to reality and maybe give some clues as to what practically can be done very simply to improve that access and the safety of making those journeys. There are things like, can you get to the art gallery without having to climb 25 flights of stairs? Where are the public conveniences? We will map all that out and hopefully provide a bit of a blueprint for some improvements in that area. So I just want to finish by saying thanks to the council for this opportunity for our voices to be heard. Thanks for the way you've gone about it to allow us to be heard. And let's hope we can keep doing it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Lee. I think we've now got the Rainbow Communities. Do they want to say something? Yes, they do. Josh Martin.
Tēnā koutou. I'm McLean. I'm lead officer for the Rainbow Communities Advisory Panel. I normally work supporting our 21 local boards, but supporting the panel is close to home. Apologies on behalf of our co-chairs, Josh and Teresa, who can't be here today. They have a wonderful candor about them that I wish you could experience. But I wanted to give you an indication of areas of interest the panel is exploring. Auckland Council has Rainbow Communities Engagement Guidelines. These were created in 2016. The world has changed a surprising amount since then. So looking at if a refresh were to occur, how the panel could best advise on that. The queer community has had some internal conflicts the last 6 years. And we're looking at if there's a role for council to help heal the bridge between Rainbow Parade and Pride March. This was sparked in 2018 by police presence in the parade. We're looking at safety of rainbow communities and the council's role. This is especially with vandalism of the Rainbow Crosswalk on K Road. Supporting 2023 census data release, which now includes data on gender and sexual identity. There will be some sensitivities around that and how we communicate numbers and definitions. Fostering an ongoing relationship with council's diversity, equity, and inclusion teams. Civics education and increasing election turnout. generating better rainbow participation, especially for Maori, and including artwork from rainbow and Takatapui artists in spaces like the CRL. I don't get to say this much as an officer, but probably best if I don't answer any questions on behalf of the panel, but I'll pass on any questions you do have. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much for that, indeed. And I'm holding the questions until we get to the end. The Pacific Peoples Advisory. Ethnic Advisory. My humble apologies for that. But I welcome Irene and Krish. Namaste.
Kia ora everyone, Nisambula Vinaka, Namaste, Mayor Worship Wayne Brown, Deputy Mayor C. Phil Wilson, and all the councillors. And I'd like to say a big thank you to Councillor Julie Ferry and Councillor Karen Leone for all the support and mahi behind the scenes. Thank you for that. So for Ethnic Panel, I'm the co-chair, Krish Naidu, and my fellow co-chair, Irene Rahiman, joins me together to present some of the updates for our panel. And for our panel, the overall vision is to ensure that we provide robust, informed, and credible advice to the mayor and governing body to ensure the interests, challenges, and opportunities of Tamaki Makaurau's ethnic and migrant communities are considered in council decisions. And our key themes are belonging and inclusion, safety, economic growth and development, transport, climate action, and sustainability. So I will speak to the first two on belonging and inclusion and safety. For belonging and inclusion, one of our key aims is to ensure that the council attracts ethnic people to stand for local board elections and supports ethnic voter participation. One of the things we are really grateful for is the opportunity to engage with the local board forums and the reorganization consultation that was held recently. However, we still feel that there's a lot of work to be done in ensuring the ethnic community is connected to the local board councils, as well as making sure for 2025, more local board for the local board elections, more ethnic people stand, and we also increase voter turnout for the ethnic people. And as a panel, we are very keen to support that initiative, and we'll also encourage the council to engage more closely with our communities. And on that note, we have been advocating strongly that around Flatbush, Ormiston area, there's been a huge growth, and that the demographic growth there is not reflected in the current council makeup and also in the local board. So we are grateful and looking forward to Flatbush having more representation perhaps for next year. So we'll take that as a bit of a win. The other thing is that we also want to ensure that there is better representation of ethnic staff and diverse staff in Auckland Council in itself. And that's in Auckland Council senior management, across Auckland Council in general, but also Auckland Council's graduate programs. And a couple of weeks ago, we met with the lead advisor, Leonard Reed, and of course with C. Phil Wilson, and we're really grateful that Phil is quite supportive, and he's also wants to see this happening. So as a panel, we will be keeping track on this and hopefully monitoring, because I think we can have a DEI policy, but we need to make sure that there is good evaluation and monitoring of it, and the reporting it back to the community to have trust and confidence around that. And as part of the inclusion and belongingness, it's also important that the cultural events continue to happen, such as Lantern festivals and Diwali. But we also, as a community, would like to see a better tax-based dollar being spent. We know there's so many Diwali functions happening in Auckland, one in Waitakere, one in North Shore, one in Manukau, one in Auckland City, and there's a lot of repetition going on. And I think there needs to be a review around this, and we will be meeting with the event management team later with Tataki Auckland to discuss some of this, including the way the programs are structured, the way the stalls are managed, the way the stalls are sold. There is a growing dissatisfaction in the community around this, but we fully need these events, but we need to rethink the way going forward. So a couple of things coming up next week, we will be meeting with the Minister for Ethnic Communities, Minister Lee, and as a panel, we would like to invite you all on Tuesday, the 13th of August. we will be talking to the minister, and we would like to build a stronger relationship with the ministry, because we believe that the panel can really support the ministry and give some advice and connect the ministry to the grassroots, so that their ongoing plans and programs are more fit for purpose moving forward, including the budget, which is around $4 million. It does not really represent the needs and wants of a growing population, which is going to be reflected in the coming census as well. And also thank you, Phil, for meeting with us to discuss a potential Facebook page for the ethnic community. We feel that a number of updates, there's a lot of great things happening at the council, a lot of great stories that I think it's worth sharing with the community, and a Facebook page for the ethnic communities would be a way forward, a good progress. We look forward to engaging with you further on this. In regards to safety, this is probably a big concern for our panel. We continue to see safety issues around antisocial behavior on Queen Street. International students report a lot of these problems to us, and as someone working in the industry, I know retail crime is growing, and as panel members, we also wear a lot of community hats. We attend a lot of community forums around crime, and I know Auckland Council does not have the answer to all the crime-related issues. There's other parties and agencies involved. But as a panel, we are willing to provide advice and support around Auckland Council's plans around safety. So, and it's really disappointing, because we know that in public transport around Auckland Transport, people continue to report racism, verbal abuse, physical threats, and it's probably something that as a community we would want council to be a bit more mindful of and take a swifter approach to solving some of these issues. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll pass it now to Irene to focus on other areas.
Kia ora koutou, assalamu alaikum, nisambula vinaka, and greetings to you all. I'll be reporting on 2 items. First is the long-term planning. This took significant panel time, starting phase 1 in December 2023 and all the way to mid of phase 3 as in May 2024. As a panel, we advised on the feedback form, which focused on keeping the language simple first and foremost. There was a series of workshops at this level. For phase 2, we provided the Auckland Council team lists of all key ethnic organizations, community leaders, and other stakeholders so that higher numbers of ethnic peoples could participate. The challenges identified by the panel members were, and in no particular order, first, the information was too technical on the LTP. Second, in-depth information wasn't available on some topics to give rationale feedback. And third, engagement must be as welcoming as possible, hence encouraging and providing opportunities in different modes of engagement. We were glad to note that this was the highest participation ever to be recorded for a 3-year budget feedback. We took every opportunity to encourage our communities to participate and share the information widely. For the feedback where ethnicity was recorded, Asians were the 2nd largest after European population. We still note that compared to the census, though, we had less from Howick, West and South Auckland. However, we'd like to celebrate this monumental success, noting that compared to whole of Auckland, the Mila and the Asian communities came out quite well in providing feedback. My second item is climate action and sustainability. We acknowledge Auckland Council as a C40 city. We are a trailblazer city, raising climate ambitions. We influence the global agenda. Climate action is vital for all of us. We at the Ethnic Communities Advisory Panel want to ensure that Auckland's emergency management system is responsive to the needs of ethnic and migrant communities before, during, and after emergency events. In August 2023, we provided advice on the storm recovery and civil defense emergency management plans. We were one of the panels that authored the report for all panels, and this report was presented to the governing body in November 2023. Our focus now is to support engagement, awareness, and readiness of ethnic communities by working with teams at Auckland Council. In the climate action, including local boards, we feel that there are gaps in engagement, and we have been able to identify opportunities on how to do the engagement with our communities better. It is important to note that not all local boards have ethnic peoples' representations. Leaving climate action, emergency readiness, and responses at that level can present as a challenge. One way to mitigate that challenge is through the guidance and support of ethnic panel advisors who have strong community readiness and mobilization skills, vast experiences with embedded respectful relationships and knowledge. We look forward to this important mahi. Ethnic Communities Advisory Panel at Auckland Council provides a strategic advantage for all policy and planning levels where decisions are made, as climate justice is a cross-cutting theme across all areas and in addressing the determinants of health, which is economic prosperity, employment, housing, strengthening social and health services, and others. In conclusion, we do feel that all advisory panel work and feedback should be looped or captured in Auckland Councils and CCO plans and strategies. We also would like to welcome feedback from ACC and CCO staff on how our feedback and support has contributed to improved changes. In closing, I'd like to acknowledge the support and guidance of Victoria Weeks-Brown and her team, Millie and Michaela, and also Manoj Raghupathy. And I'd like to acknowledge all esteemed panel advisors of the Ethnic Communities Advisory Panel who go above and beyond the advisory allocated time to support Auckland Council in any request that arises. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for that. And we look forward to receiving the Pacific Panel's representative. Sumanu Simon Matafai and Litiana Karika.
Whaftai tele lava, your worship.
Malofa lava, malolai.
I think I need to do Eddie's exercise just because my fingers are cold. Miri, 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 if you are here with us. Patia, loa pati, hei, hei. Soifua matungo fie, malelangi matafi, pa ia whatafa le malu. Whanotanga le aitele nei au kilani. Vi ia le atua tas tolu pa ia. Councillor Fidepaina, me se paali tapo I furi. Tēnā koe Leone, tangata whenua, esteemed councillors, Deputy Mayor, Choir Master, Maestro, congratulations, and our CEO Phil Wilson in the whale as well. Tēnā koutou katoa, kia ora and talofa lava. Feels like a world tour, and now we've come to Oceania. Pacifica, 1/3 of the Earth's surface, pretty much heaven on earth. Pacifica salutations on behalf of the Pacific People's Advisory Panel. Just like the song that our amazing Deputy Mayor and the choir sang, Minoi, 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 which means move like an ant, because an ant is a wise insect. My name is Seomanu Sewoti Simon Matawhai, and it is my honour to speak on behalf of my co-chair Litiana, who sends apologies, and our amazing team. We're like a family now. Hai Noame, Evo, Hasana, Semoana, Mary, Arizona, Penina, Taituunga, Maavai, and Malvin. And these are our amazing co-leads, Le Sunga Italia, Ma Le Sunga Paul, and of course we acknowledge Councillor Ferry, Le Sunga Victoria, and all the team, and especially Lotu Furi, who comes to all our meetings and our events. I asked for a recent photograph, please. There you go. Look at these beautiful, handsome people. This was taken at our community engagement event, and I would like to use it as the backdrop for my update today. Good-looking bunch. This is the family of Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. The last time I was here, Your Worship, I introduced ourselves and our 3 priorities or areas of focus. I shared on CCM, not CCTV, CCM, which is climate resilience, civic engagement, and mental well-being. And since then, I'm happy to report back that we are tracking well. Do you reckon, Paul and Talia? We're doing okay, we're getting there. I have personally been in the media, famous guy, across the Pacific, educating our community and locally about the crucial roles of the demographic panels. And it is apparent that we are truly leaders in the space of collaborative synergy of this august body of council officers and diverse leaders with the cultural expertise and lived experience. As you know, and as mentioned just previously, the LTP consultation process saw the highest ever community response from diverse groups, which is a badge of pride for all demographic panels to share. With our focus on climate resilience, our approach is grassroots, and also helping with the Auckland climate research that is undertaken by some scholars, ensuring that our community is best prepared for that next January 27 natural weather event. That is where this photo is from, in beautiful South Auckland and Otara. I'm West Auckland undercover, but I was allowed into South Auckland to celebrate our beautiful community. And we had a successful engagement. I wish you were all there. And the planning team told us it was the first targeted engagement of this nature. So this is a good start for our communities. Does anyone here know the 4 R's? I'll give you a crunchy bar. I won't put any councillors on the spot, that's okay. You can quietly pretend you know the 4 R's, according to emergency management. Reduction, readiness and response, and recovery. Those were the main themes that our community were able to share that beautiful evening. And I would like to say, in looking forward, we aim to build on this work, especially with local body elections. Maybe you've gone through your selection process already, looking at your campaign already. This is also an educational matter for our community so that they do turn up and are more engaged, ensuring that their voices are heard. And just like the solidarity and the positivity, working across the other boards, or the other panels, I should say, we really love working alongside each other on matters of intersectionality, which has really proven to be invaluable. And to finish, I thought I've just changed my notes here. In true panel fashion, I would like to convey a message on behalf of the team and I in reference to your pools and leisure centres. Please, governing body, I implore the governing body to please consider our communities when thinking of privatisation. We have a one-pager, because you guys like one-pagers, detailing our view on the matter, readily available if you'd like to read further. I am the only West Auckland panel member, alongside my old friend Taito, who played the piano so good. Eddie's piano playing deserves a mention as well. And particularly from the foe, where we were shortchanged by Auckland City Legacy Council and let down many times from previous terms. We were promised for a swimming pool decades and decades. I was on the local board and we too tried our best, but nothing happened. Thankfully, there are some recent developments. Thank you, Councillor Leone, and I'm encouraged to hear of these recent developments. But I'm not ashamed to say, Your Worship and governing body, that I'm not a confident swimmer. And who do I blame? Auckland City Council. We had no pools to swim in. What's the bathtub going to do? We had no aquatic facility. And that's why there's a big need for this. And we must ensure that we protect the existing community facilities in our beautiful communities. It's not just pools and leisure centres. They are spaces for the community to thrive and grow. They are for our vulnerable groups, our elderly who go there, those with disabilities, the young people to become confident swimmers. That's why I never jump off the cliff in Samoa because I'm too scared. I just swim with my little nephews and nieces in the kids' pool. There you have it. Local body elections are just around the corner. A friendly reminder. Please protect our beautiful swimming pools that already exist and serve in our communities. I finish with this. I bet you haven't heard the Samoan translation of this famous Māori proverb. He aha te mea nui o te ao. He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. This is my translation, copyright 2024. O le ale mea siri e tāua, o le ale mea siri ona tāua I le lalolangi. O tangata, o tangata, o tangata. The most important thing in the world, elected representatives and appointed panel members, it is people, it is people, it is people. The core reason why we're here. Soifua mai manuia.
Thank you for that. And now we welcome back Martine and Barry.
Kia ora koutou katoa, Martine Abel Williamson here. Thank you very much for listening to us again. And I want to start by thanking Councillors Ferry and Stewart for supporting us and for the staff. We've got an amazing team in John, Elise, Millie and Victoria, etc. My first point I want to make is I want to congratulate the Council on its induction for us. Often disabled people can be very good advocates, but to understand how a body works like a council, we need to know about policies and action plans and things like that, and not just, yell from the rooftops. So really want to thank you for a great induction opportunity, and which is probably still ongoing. I also want to thank the others here from our panel that couldn't join us, that might be tuning in. Thank you. You are an amazing, diverse bunch. Many people have already mentioned the storm recovery and civil defence plans, but for many disabled people, this is still a huge problem because even if you think like items like what is stormwater and when does the height of water become a problem? Well, if you can't stand a specific height or walk a specific speed, then it actually should be more than it currently is. That's just one example. So many people have already spoken about the long-term plan, so I will not say anything about it. Apart from that, I got tired of my computer's voice because it was a very long document. The Auckland government model representation, it was a very privilege to participate in it because it's great to be acknowledged that we must every few years think of how do we look like. for the first time this term, we were linking with local boards. And we know we don't want to have a rod for our own back because there's so much work to do. But it was really great to see Waiheke reaching out to us with some of their local issues for support. So we are very excited to link with local boards because it's usually at local board level that we're looking at things like swimming pool access, if there's a new playground needed, things like that. Then it was always great to hear presentations from staff, but it was great to proceed to have time to do strategic planning so that we don't just feel like a box-ticking exercise. And in this, I want to thank Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, councillors, and Phil Wilson came to visit us, and it was really just great to get to know people. So the rest of you, I think we still got a few workshops on. Please come and join us and see what we're about. Last year we met with the Royal Commission on COVID because, as many of you probably already realised, disabled persons did struggle a great deal during COVID because of issues to do with social distancing, access to support in people's own homes, etc. I will touch a very small bit on Auckland Transport because I know so much have already been said about Auckland Transport. But for us, like many others, housing and transport is probably two items that can really take ages. So firstly, we were glad to have been consulted around the draft regional plan. That is a huge plan, and we need council's disability operational action plan to marry up with some of these, that we don't just have a group of plans all over the place. There should be a way to marry them up. And in that process, I want to acknowledge council having a disability operational action plan, and we're looking forward to more progress on that. The CRL, we had for some of us had a bit of a visit to the underground stations, and there was great problems that was identified at the time. So we trust that that can be resolved. We have the review of total mobility coming up, the discount for taxi users, and also things like accessible parking. So we're really keen to have more done in the in the transport space. Two last things. One is we were very keen to have met at our recent forum, overall forum of all the panels, the manager of diversity, in equity and inclusion. So we are really keen to see progress and more people with disability joining council. For instance, we heard about the pipelines of things like work experience, cadetships. We so want to see more disabled people being employed and being proud employees of Auckland Council. Last, before I pass on to Barry to talk about our exciting event in October, etc., as others said, the elections is not too far away, and I have said this before, but it is still not very accessible for people, especially some people who are older and who are blind and deafblind. We can still not vote independently, in privacy and in confidence. So without further ado, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll pass on to Barry.
You move it this way.
Martine.
I hope you're all still awake. Yeah. I can see your eyes open, so that's pretty good. I don't see any councillors that are disabled, though. That's quite a shame, really, isn't it? So we're not really represented. Oh, you, yeah, and age, so it's all right, yeah. Some of the things that we have worked on that are really interesting for me is that what I've come to realise is most council departments have disability in their what they have to do, but they try and do it themselves rather than trying to get expert advice on how to do it. And usually they fail miserably, I have to say. But they're very good and open to suggestions, so they come along and talk to us, and we can put them right. I mean, playgrounds is the classic example of where they do some for disabled people and some not. And what I want to see is them all done, even if it takes more time, to actually get them for disabled people. I'm a grandfather now, and I can't even get into the playgrounds near where I live because there's barriers up, so I can't go on my own with my grandchildren and actually play with them in the playground. So there's a lot of work to do in that area. The other area that I find really, that we've found really difficult is the local transport system, where you can ring up and order a van, I believe, because they're not accessible. They are on the shore. I don't know why they got accessible ones and we didn't, but I take the train quite often because my clients at my service said, "Do you take the train, Barry?" And I said, "No," so now I take it all the time. But I have to take my van to the train station rather than getting a local, which I'd love to take, to the train station and then go to wherever. I would have taken it today, but there is none for me, so I drove into the city. So, and that's another thing, is the parking. I can't reach those stupid things up that you've got to put money in or cards or anything like that. We had the trouble at the hospital, didn't we, Wayne? And it's really difficult if you're disabled and on your own to actually get to anywhere. So there are some of the issues that were coming. I have to say, the people dealing with emergency response have been very interested in what we've got to say, and we are running we have to run, no, we don't have to, but we're running a workshop in October in conjunction with the emergency response people, and that's going to be on emergency response. So we're going to get people's feedback and actually try and help sort out some of the issues that are going on for disabled people in an emergency, because I have to say it was abysmal in the last one where we had people crawling across the floor because the only house they had to house their family was in a house with steps, and it's not good enough. And I think if the council would pick up on the total design idea, it would work brilliantly for all people, not just disabled, not just seniors, but everybody, because they're designed in a way that you can just adapt it very quickly for anybody. And if the council and other councils do it, then the private builders and designers and developers will get behind it as well, because he's saying it's too costly to do, because you have to have the special doors made and all that sort of thing. But I think that's a really stupid argument, because look at the buses. They said they couldn't do accessible buses. Now look at it. So it's been a really interesting time for us. We've been and talked to the staff that are disabled within council, and we have contact with them, and with outside groups like Waiheke. We were able to point them in the right direction to be able to get their issues sorted. And we're looking forward to the next 2 years. So it's not that close to the election, but we want to get as much done as possible in the next 2 years. So we set the scene for any changes that will be in the future. And we want to be part of that. We don't want to be left behind. So thank you.
Oh, very good again, Barry. Never let me down. Barry and I go back for a while on the having a cynical disbelief in the expertise of these disability architects. We had them at the hospital, and they said it was all going to work. And I sent you out, and it failed at the first opportunity. City Rail Link also promised me that there was absolutely nothing wrong with it, and it failed at the first opportunity. So we have to really involve you people. You're the experts. And I think it's been an excellent presentation from all of our panels. I'd like to thank Victoria Wicks-Brown, who's worked hard with all of these ones, and Councillor Ferry. And next time we'll have the business guys popping their head in as well, who do actually represent. We already had the small flower business battling away, and they have representatives of that group of disability as well. I have questions from Councillors Dalton, Sayers and Fletcher and Hills about various bits and pieces, but we'll have these, and then we'll have one more procedural item, and then we'll go to lunch, just so that we're in a state of heightened excitement for the Chief Executive's report. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you, and thank you to all of the panels. They were such great presentations, and I think if there was a common theme across them all for me, it was the importance of deliberative democracy and how we need to get even better at that. We're getting there slowly, but we need to continue that process. You've made that really clear. My question was for Edwina and Lee, and it was around housing for our ageing population. Lee, you said that there are 20 emergency housing, but in Auckland, do you know what supply there is of housing for our ageing population? Specifically, perhaps Kāinga Ora and the provision we currently have, and I'm picking this. I hear there's no spades in the ground from 2025, so the future does not look optimistic. But do you have any sense of the availability or provision of housing for our ageing population?
I think
Lee, you can go first.
Oh, sorry. Sitting there patiently in Oxford. Everybody's very sympathetic to that. I was going to say, I think the question is not about provision of housing, it's a question of money. There's plenty of houses if you've got the money and you've got the ability to shift around. There's no doubt that Kāinga Ora is not going to be a saviour. They have to go back to the Minister, I think, in November with a brand new plan. And that won't be about providing housing for seniors. It'll be about being a landlord, as we know. So where does the burden then fall on making sure there's provision for housing? Well, Humaru is fantastic. They're very limited in the scope of what they can do. We're very interested to hear from Simplicity Living, who've got a fantastic model of build-to-rent, good quality houses. They do good stuff really quick. The council itself is not really in the business of providing housing for seniors. So I would guess, Edwina, I think our plea is that there's some mechanism of joining these together, because everybody's got a part of the solution. Nobody's got the whole solution as anything to do with housing. And so it's a matter of strategy and policy, and council leads the strategy and the policy.
There is a very long waiting list, is my understanding, and yet a number of houses are empty because they have not been appropriately serviced. So again, different aspects need to really work together and pull together for seniors who are a growing population. Also, I believe that a number of houses, in terms of emergency management, seniors find it very difficult if there is an alarm and they've got to leave the place. There are too many steps for many of them to climb as well.
Thank you, Edwina. Thank you, Lee. I think the opportunity for council to leverage our haumaru housing is an important discussion to be had. We have many single level houses that are very, very old and need to be demolished. That if we could somehow broker that conversation, that would be an outcome that we could help with. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Worship. And thank you, Worship, for acknowledging not just our presenters today, but the staff and the councillors that are also involved. It was a very helpful update for those that haven't been directly involved, so thank you very much for that. My question is going to be directed towards the Chief Executive Officer or his delegate, and it's around one of the key messages that I heard was, the council engaging with people whom we might not normally engage with directly and looking at new ways of trying to make that happen, and how the long-term plan process seemed to have some really pluses about the early involvement. And we have the annual plan coming up. And I understand from our long-term plan exercise and the learnings from that, there's an idea of a citizens' assembly. And I just thought it might be appropriate time, if we're able to elaborate, not just for our audience, but also for the councillors, just a little bit more on perhaps where that's at and the thinking around that. Phil, if you're in a position to elaborate on that at all?
I will, Councillor. I'll invite Eddie to Eddie, come and join me here to talk to the specifics there. I might just say before, as Eddie's walking up, I'm in full agreement with the panels actually that this is an area of ongoing work for us. You know, there is absolutely a value in us improving our relationship with the community through opportunities to participate, to engage, to provide input to decision making. So we need to get more sophisticated about this. We have been making quite an effort in that direction, and there are new tools being tried, as evidenced in the long-term plan process, but Eddie and his colleagues are key to this, so my friend.
Thank you, CE. Through the chair, Councillor Sayers, thank you for the pātai. Where we're at in terms of the deliberative or participatory hikoi is, as a council, it's sort of a new space for us. And so, as Councillor Dalton alluded to, we've been trialling things on the smaller or lower, more grassroots level, and they've gone well. So what we've done henceforth is we've updated the significance and engagement policy, which, as you're all aware, tells communities how and when they can expect to be engaged. That now reflects that council is seeking to be more participatory, which is essentially with communities, not to communities. In terms of the engagement guidelines, it's about building capacity and capability across the organisation. So we've done those things. Where are we now? Coming back to your pātai around the annual plan, we're currently having conversations with our colleagues in finance and also Mayor Brown's office. It's really around what kind of area are you as a governing body and elected members keen on seeing more input, more involvement, more participation from our community. So I expect that there will be a working party or through the chair where we'll look to explore that with you as elected members, and then we'll look to progress annual plan. So we've done our things internally in terms of getting some wins on the board, the significance and engagement policy, updating the guidelines. It's now about coming back to this body saying what areas might we be willing to work more closely with our communities.
Okay, thanks very much for that question and answer. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Well, thank you. Thanks for all of the presentations, but my question is specifically to Lee in terms of the seniors panel. Lee, council had an own your own unit across the villages of Auckland that was specifically designed as affordable housing options for older Aucklanders. It was determined in the last term of council that these be sold, which was controversial at the time. Panuku were charged with the sale of it. The sale fell through, and it's left, and I'm not sure where the sale is at the moment, it's left a lot of very vulnerable older people uncertain about their accommodation. It was based on the fact that seniors wanted to enjoy the security and independence of owning their own home, but having that opportunity to purchase it. Did the seniors panel give advice on the sale of these units? And if not, would you be willing to provide some advice going forward into the future on the own your own home scheme?
Short answer is no, and yes. We don't know about it. We haven't talked about it. Weren't aware of it. I wasn't. Edwina's nodding there. And yes, we'd love the opportunity to talk about that.
I really appreciate that, because I think that this is something that has caused quite a bit of grief amongst a community that could be vulnerable. So I would really welcome any input that you can provide into the future.
Just to give a bit of context, Kanga Ora did report that they have 8,000 waiting list amongst seniors in central Auckland for applicable appropriate housing of 8,270 people. That's the scale we're talking about. So every little helps.
Good short
And
answer.
if I could,
Thank you for that.
if I could add, if I could just add, as co-chair, we're happy to put this as an agenda item for our meetings and always happy to participate in what will make the life of seniors better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Mayor.
just a
And
just a point of clarification on the own your own homes issue. The seniors panel has been talking about that, and Alf's been bringing it up with them, and it has been that particular scheme has been a topic of conversation that's ongoing. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, and thank you to all the panels. It's a huge amount of work, and you know, it really does help our decision making. So, and I really enjoy my time with the Rainbow panel, who I know that can't be here. But thanks to McLean, and acknowledge Simon backing you on the pools and leisure. Thank you for your comments on that. My two questions. One is for Barry and Martina, and just want to say I might beat you, Mayor. I think the first time I met you, Barry, I was 14 years old, and you spoke to a peer support camp that I was on, and get to give us an understanding of your life and how you can do anything, and you proved that to us, and I remember that vividly for my whole life, I guess, around that anything that's thrown at you, you can still do whatever you want to do, as long as we remove some of those barriers. So I guess to my question for the disability panel, it seems like we get it right sometimes, and we get it wrong a lot of the time, but it seems like you're pushed through so many different boxes and to different people. How can we make the system better? Because it seems fairly clear, you know, dimensions, the types of things. You shouldn't have to consult on every single toilet block or every single building or bus. How do we, what's the key to doing this? Because I feel for you all trying to do this work, and it just keeps, you know, the mistakes keep getting made.
I wish you hadn't brought that up about me talking to you when you're 13. It makes me feel really old now. The big thing is that through the whole process of building, the building inspectors are hopeless at actually understanding disability. You can have 5 different building inspectors come and look at something, and they have their opinion and they make things change, but none of them really understand disability. They're going from the specs that they have to abide by without actually looking at properly, as we have to do as disabled people and as the builders have to do. So I think some of that sort of knowledge would be really good, because you're right, everywhere you go something's different. I just bought a house, and the garage, one building inspector came and had a look at the garage, and then another one came along and approved it, and then another one came along and said, no, it's no good, you've got to pull it down and do it again. And that's the same for disability. It's just not working to help us when they don't understand the rules and regulations that they're trying to interpret to build anything or put ramps anywhere. So it's a really good point. Thank you.
Am I on? Yes. Another thing too is, and maybe this is where council could do some national advocacy at central government level, is our building code is over 30 years old, and MB is not planning, even though disabled people have been asking now for a very long time, to review it, and it's not a priority. And so you can actually build what's on paper an accessible building that might get signed off, and then if you look at your the architects amongst you will know about accessible alternative solutions, then they're all interpreted differently, as Barry said. So we do need you to advocate for that, please, because if central government sign something off to have a higher level, then this will have to happen at our level too. And just another thing that I said in my presentation, it will be really good if some of the strategies and plans line up well together, because then we won't have to repeat ourselves.
No, perfect. Thank you. That's good food for thought for all of us, I think, and officers too. The last question I have is for Sanat, and I guess thank you for bringing up climate and you know, younger people's push on that. But I guess what I'm hearing from young people, and you obviously are hearing from younger people, is they're moving away for things like public transport, walking, cycling, housing choice like apartments and things. What are you seeing and hearing? That are people moving to cities that we currently don't have those things? Like, if we did more of that, would that help?
I think that's a really great question. I think the thing to underline here is that if there are cities that do things and cities that don't do things, the end result is going to be the same. That those consequences are going to play out regardless. But what we've been noticing, or what I've been noticing in spaces that I've been, are people are going to cities that have high quality infrastructure, whether that's transport infrastructure or any other amenities, and then they have high quality and accessible housing. And I think the key thing that we tend to fail when we box ourselves into very compartmentalized problems is it neglects the complexity of the fact that those things are always going to be interlinked. If we're talking about responding to the climate crisis, it's going to be how do we build housing, then on top of that, how do we build transport infrastructure that can tackle that at the same time? So yes, in short answer, people are moving to cities that do have those things and that will be better equipped to handle a climate crisis, for example. In saying that, I think Auckland Council's been doing a really good job, at a local level at least, to build the city up for what is going to be potentially very future catastrophic events. But in saying that again, as a country, the way we solve these problems needs to encapsulate that complexity. It can't be single modules. It has to be, how do we respond to the climate crisis? We change how we design all of these things holistically. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Fuli.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I've got mostly a comment, but I do have a question right at the end. I'd just like to start by commending all of you, all of our advisory groups, for the work that you've been doing so far. I feel that this term, more than other terms, we've had a lot more engagement with our panels, with the governing body and across council generally, and it's been really, really, really beneficial to all of us and to our decision making. So thank you for that, and I encourage you to keep doing that as well. I wanted to specifically mention the Pacific Peoples Advisory Panel. I've really enjoyed being a part of that panel and going along as the councillor to support. And I just want to mihi to Loa Fionga, Se Manu, Se Oti as well for your strong voice and for taking the opportunity to bring that last piece of advocacy to our attention as well today. Thank you for that, because often Pacifica voices don't get air in spaces like this, so I commend you for that as well. My question, somebody said right at the start of the presentations that when you look at all the advisory panels, it starts to look like Auckland, which is awesome. That's true. It's reflecting what Auckland actually looks like. But that's not necessarily reflected around this governing body table. So my question, and I mean any one or more can answer, what do you think we can do better as a governing body or as an organisation to ensure that those voices are represented here at the governing body in these elected positions or at the local board level? Kia ora. Thank you.
I'm happy to start. I think the issue for me is that if I wanted to stand for council or anything, I can't put up signboards, I can't. People like myself don't have the funding or the backing to be able to put together a program to let people know that we're out there, to become on the board. It's a very difficult thing for people to get involved in at the grassroots level. To me, that's one of the major issues, and to be welcomed into a system that is mainly able-bodied. And the structure of this place, especially, is able-bodied driven. Even when I come into the council buildings, you've got to flash your card. I tried it once, flashed my card, got ready to go, the door's closed. Flashed my card, tried to go, the door's closed. So they're not user-friendly for people that have disabilities to start with. So I know people would love to stand and be part of the process, but it has to be easier for people to be able to be part of that so that they're equal in standing as councillors or mayor or whatever.
Good answer, thank you very much. I'll get Alf to ask his next question.
Kia ora koutou and sathriaka. Nā loso I wholo whionga si manu. Whawhtai te le lava. Look, my question is around the work that you all do, and I'm unsure around a comm strategy. And the reason I say that is because the work that you're doing needs to be put out there. I know that earlier on in the year, or last year, we ended up having the floods, and I know that Auckland Council comms team were tied up with that, and so they should have. But is there anybody, and firstly the question is, would a comm strategy around the work that you do be beneficial? Number one. Number two, it'll be good to get an update around how that's working. And the very small comment I have, I just want to tautoko what Councillor Ferry said at the beginning of this item, which is to acknowledge all the advisory panels, the councillors and the staff who are with them. So those are the two parts I have. Would it be useful for the boards, and also is there an update from either Victoria or anybody else around the comm strategy? Kia ora, Chair, thank you.
Kia ora, I'll take that in the first instance if that's okay. It's something that Victoria and I in particular have been talking about for some time. And you're right, we did start discussing it early on and then got derailed by the storms and the impact and the huge impact that had on our comms team. So it is something that we're picking up again. Originally we were looking at potentially having at least one story each year, maybe two on each panel and the work that they were doing, and we just haven't been able to get that through with the comms side yet, but those conversations are very much underway. There's also an acknowledgement, there's several different audiences here. I think the panels are set up to face us and to inform our decision making, and I think we've probably got that about right. Probably could do a little bit more in that space, but that's probably about right. What we need to improve on is the comms from panels to the communities that they are there to offer us advice on behalf of, and also the more general awareness of the really good work that they're doing. And so those are the two areas that I think we're focusing on. How do we do that right? How do we enable the panels to have their own communication directly to the communities they're working with? But also how do we make sure the general community is aware of the great work. And so, for example, when people come to us, as I'm sure all of you have had and said, well, how is the community, how do you listen to, say, the Nuaean community or something? We can say, well, actually part of it, not all of it, but part of it is that we have the Pacific Peoples panel. And we take advice from them on how to get better at engaging with those parts of the community, but also hearing directly from that community. So, yeah, there's definitely some work to do in this space, and I guess I just want to fly a flag for some resourcing from my colleagues to free up some of our comms in order to be able to do that better. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, are you going to seek or ask for comments, whakaaro, after this? I
think we have. This is,
so can
if
I
you've
just
got a comment.
Yeah, is that okay?
Everyone else has given one. You
oh,
may
okay.
as well.
Yeah, no, I thought I'd ask. Thank you. Look, I just to acknowledge again, as I said, tautoko with Councillor Ferry. There's only two things I need to add. One is that with the seniors panel, I have updated them on Own Your Own Home. And it was important because I got asked to do that. So the latest that I got from Eke Panuku, I advised the seniors panel, and I just wanted to let everybody here around there know. Also, Phil, I just want to acknowledge you and your team, and in particular Lisa, in regards to the profile of the advisory boards, getting that out, whether it be in our Auckland, bless you, or even from you as CEO. So those are the only two comments. Kia ora.
Well done, thank you. I've got three left. Councillors Bartley, Leone and Newman in that order, please.
Thank you. First of all, I want to acknowledge the advisory panels. Thank you very much for being the face of Auckland, of Tamaki Makaurau, and keeping us real as well as the elected representatives. I really take on board what you said, Sanat, about not looking at Auckland as a box of problems, which quite often, happens. So I appreciate that. If I could give any advice, it would be, or actually it's not really advice because you guys are coming strong, that you are not a token tick box for policy consultation or council agendas, and really appreciate that. Make it your own and speak your truth and your voices, and really appreciate seeing that. I acknowledge Councillor Ferry for looking after the taonga of the advisory panels and all the liaison councillors, because it's an important role. And also acknowledge Malo Saumanu, Loa Whiunga Saumanu, thank you for the acknowledgement. I wanted to just give some update or some comment about the Building Act, because I'm hearing the disability panel talk about universal access, and when I was the liaison councillor, I thought, why is it taking 7 years to get advocacy around universal design? And boy, did I eat my words, because we met with the ministers, the relevant ministers. We had so much work council officers did, Phil Reid, Elise Copeland, Jeff Farrinson, around how we could change the Building Act. I thought it would be as simple as changing section 118 to say that not only commercial buildings be accessible, but residential. And it is not an easy task at all. So the advocacy was done previous term, but I hear the call that the advocacy happened again, and so maybe we try again with this new government. But yeah, there were so many arguments about how, universal design should happen. Everybody is going to experience being immobile at one stage in their lives. And so the buildings that we live in should be able to cater to that, not just the buildings that we work in. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not just the actual code, it's the implementation thereof that the problem is, that Barry and I found. Councillor Leone.
Kia ora. No, mihi to all of the panels and the great work that you're doing. Just a couple of comments from me too was mihi to say manu as well. Thank you for the acknowledgement. The faux pas was coming, don't worry. Slowly but surely. Into the ethnic communities panel. I know that you raised the concern around representation on local boards, and obviously here as councillors, the lack of ethnic councillors and representation at this level. So are you suggesting that we run or provide some pūtea, some money resource towards having workshops out in the community like way in advance to try and help educate more of the ethnic community members to get involved? Because I know that there has been money allocated previously to do that. So I just wanted to get an idea, first of all, from that. Kia ora.
Short answer, yes.
Answer. Councillor Newman, please.
Thank you to the panel's members this morning. I actually want to ask a question of you, Chris, if I may. And it goes to the reflection that you gave around issues of safety. Gurdeep Singh is a constituent of mine. He's recovering after that very brutal attack in his jewellery store in South Auckland. I wondered if you could give some degree of elaboration, because when the attacks on those ethnic retailers take place, it is often reported in ethnic media. It's sometimes reported in other media, but it's reported in ethnic media, but there's a perception as to its coverage. But actually the coverage is much wider than just in New Zealand, isn't it? It goes all over the place.
And I wondered if you could give some reflection about when those ethnic retailers are attacked and it is reported in ethnic media, the level of readership that captures and how far does that go? How much attention is given when we don't address the issue of retail crime targeting those particular business owners, and what does that do for the perception about safety in our community?
Thank you, Councillor Newman. You're absolutely correct, especially with social media these days. You know, the incident with Gurdeep got shared, it went viral in TikTok and Facebook page across India and globally. And it does impact the reputation of New Zealand as a safe destination, the brand image, especially around export education, international education, because we are competing with other nations, and it is something we really need to control, especially in Auckland City. Auckland City is just losing its vibe, and a lot of people I know in South Auckland, they are not renewing their leases because the uncertainties around crime is just adding to a piling of insurance bills. We know young people don't want to work in frontline retail, so there's staffing issues, and it's just escalation of mental health issues on the family, and it's really sad. And you're right. We don't know what the answer is, but we need to get on top of this together with the central government and other agencies, and community leaders also need to come out and speak about it. You know, if there are people from your community. I've been to many community crime forums, and we don't see Auckland Council represented. Oranga Tamariki is there, MP is there, but there is no one from Auckland Council, and these are very high-level community crime forums involving Andrew Costa, superintendents, etc. So I think perhaps at a council level, there's a lot of education needed in this area as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That brings us to a
Can I just, sorry, Wayne, I just want to add to that because...
Sorry,
That's right. Basically, as disabled people, we rely very heavily on local businesses because often it's easier than getting in transport and going somewhere. So for us, it affects us very much because most of the businesses affected are in our community. And I think we need to come out more as a collective of community people and say it's not good enough for us either, that we support these guys because it's ridiculous what's happening and that they're not getting the support they need. And as a group of people, we really need them in our community where we can get the essentials like milk and bread and stuff like that that these guys provide. So from the disability community, I want to support in every way possible this sort of thing from not happening.
Tautoko, that, thank you very much. It's been a very interesting and informative hour or two. I certainly am quite happy to move the recommendation. I'd like to,
Second.
The youth fellow who, thank you very much for saying that Auckland is not a box with problems. I think it's quite a good statement. We don't let it be a box of problems. There is some good stuff. We live the city because we love it, despite the box of problems, and we want to put a lid on those. Thank you all for your inputs. It's been educational for all of us. We all of us can't represent every one single of those groups. And thanks to Councillor Ferry and Ms Wicks-Brown for the support. I encourage councillors to take a particular interest in one or all of those things. We can't all be young, old, disabled and ethnic at one time. But I'm following with the small business one as an interest, and Barry keeps me well informed if I wander off course and forget things in the disabled sector. So I'm going to move that we note the demographic advisory midterm update and agree that the report and attachments be circulated to local boards in Haukura for information. In terms of somebody raised the question of, I think it was Alf, about how we broadcast the information, I have encouraged members of the things to actually make speeches on behalf as a member of the Ethnic Community Board, or for the, I had Raji Singh speak about the issue that you face with the crime on Indian people, and he spoke as a member of the Small Business Association advisory panel. It gives a bit more impetus to what you say. You're quite welcome to do those sorts of things, and probably the best voices for the panels are the voices on the panels. So it was seconded by Councillor Turner, and no, sorry, Councillor Ferry, and all those in favour, please say aye. The contrary, carried. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to push through the procedural item of item 10
Well done, thank
before
you.
we move to lunch and prepare for the excitement of the Chief Executive and Chief Financial Officer update. It'll be seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, second, carried. I'm going to adjourn for lunch. There is some apparently somewhere.
1:45.
And we're going to return at 1:45. Thank you. Kia ora tātou. Okay, yes. The punishment resumes. I'd like to, we're on item 10 for those of you who haven't got your way through things. And I'm going to welcome Phil and Ross and Gary. And I'm pleased to see that you've saved 42.1 million through getting a better deal with SAP. And there was a good update from Gary on the city centre in the agenda papers. And so please, can you three share some of the good news and excitement with us?
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora koutou, talofa lava. I'll kick off as per normal, hand over to Ross to talk to the financials, and as the Mayor noted, Gary's here to give you an economic update, but actually more than that, to close the loop on earlier discussions and requests from you for some intel about what's happening in the city centre area. So we decided we would include that in this section of the agenda, and yeah, welcome to Gary when we come to that in due course. Few headlines from me, and I'm trying to not repeat too much that I had the opportunity to talk to you yesterday about in a different forum, but given we're in a public environment, a few things maybe to have on the record. The changes to the structure in the organisation and leadership is now in place, and the work with the supporting work around that in terms of leadership change and the change priorities in the organisation are well underway. I'm not today going to talk too much about the service performance statistics. Suffice to say that we've continued the pattern of substantial year-on-year usage of our facilities, and customer satisfaction in general terms is about the same or slightly improved. There are no headache headlines in that realm. So the one area I was going to highlight today was resource consents and building consents, given how it's not only a key indicator of workload in that area in the organisation, but it also speaks to development patterns. June applications for resource consents were lower than May, dipping down from 1,459 in May down to 1,170. That level is still higher than any other month since December 2023. So it's if I had a graph, it would show a little bit of a dip, but in general terms, a reasonably stable and healthy level of resource consent applications coming through. Building consents follow a similar pathway, 1,490 in May, dropping to 1,265 in June. Customer satisfaction in that regulatory space, which is the other thing we monitor, has continued to improve slightly up to 72% satisfaction in that space. Moving out of the service performance territory, and by the way, I should say, obviously we're closing in on the annual report period where we will have fulsome reporting to you on service performance, financial performance, and so on. So not wanting to labour too much of that today. Other important achievements, you signed off or rather endorsed the Auckland Regional Land Transport Plan, and subsequently Auckland Transport Board has done so. So that is concluded. Auckland, in terms of LTP implementation, Auckland Transport is rolling out programs such as the $50 public transport fare cap. So those decisions that you made to direct them are implementing. In terms of water,
the second reading of the bill to underpin the changes was this week, and the final bits of advocacy on behalf of council happened into that process to make sure that it met our needs. There is work underway in terms of the Auckland Future Fund establishment, most particularly work on the trust deed, the fund management arrangements, and the recruitment of directors. And there's been liaison with Councillor Fletcher in terms of chairing that panel. So there'll be more information for you shortly, and recommendations in due course for the trustee appointments coming through to Councillor Newman's committee. The establishment of group shared services has come along actually very well, and I'd like to acknowledge Richard Jarrett's leadership in that space, having been appointed the inaugural director of group shared services. And I'm actually going to invite RJ to the table, and he will speak both to that quickly and to the saving that the Mayor foreshadowed in relation to our technology platforms. RJ.
Kia ora tātou. You would have noticed in the pack that we managed to renegotiate a very favourable deal for council with SAP. Just for context, SAP power about 70% of the applications for Auckland Council, which is a significant piece of real estate they have within our environments, which has been somewhat constraining for us if you think about our desire to invest in fit-for-purpose technologies to mobilise group shared services. With their willing cooperation, we've managed to negotiate a deal that takes just over $40 million of benefits out of or savings for council over the next 7 years. But more importantly, it also gives us the optionality to pick and choose what technologies are best for us in the future that come out of the box and not customised. So it's a good step forward. I think that's all I should say on that. Did you want to comment on CrowdStrike as well?
Please, RJ.
So you would have seen on the 19th of July that there was a firm, a US giant called CrowdStrike, that provide cybersecurity services. Very simply, they provide detection that goes into all the devices that you use for organisations. Any that are Windows-based, which is Auckland Council, were affected by their very simple change. They sneezed and the rest of the world caught a cough that had those particular devices. The US regulatory authority are crawling all over them to see what happened and how that would be fixed. But when you've got software as a service, these things can happen, like you notice that teams have outages from time to time. I'm pleased with the way we responded. There's always learnings, but we managed to get the right areas of council back up and running fast. Emergency management, the contact centre, and our events-based services over the weekend. There's always a learning, but I'm pleased how we responded, and just wanted to give assurance that it wasn't a cyber attack. It was a specific change that CrowdStrike made that caused the outage in the first place.
Thanks, RJ, and my thanks to you and your team for getting that sort of up and running very quickly. Not much in the way of business interruption there at all. So thank you. I'm going to now talk quickly to recovery matters, noting that through a decision you made, I think last month or the month before, we've shifted from a monthly at this meeting rhythm for the Recovery Office to report into you to something a little bit less frequently. But I think it's important that I continue to give you a sense of progress in that space. The first thing to acknowledge is that Cabinet did approve our requested changes to the Crown funding agreement. This was critical in terms of making sure that the Crown contribution, which was in total $877 million, was safe, even though we needed to redirect some of that funding into different areas. And it was, in really simple terms, it was about the balance between the Category 3 property buyouts and the big pieces of infrastructure investment that might have protected those same properties. And our realisation, frankly, that that process was going to take far too long to deliver an outcome and certainty for some of the affected communities. Those with communities affected by this, Councillor Hills, for example, are hopefully aware of this. So that's happened, and the funding is assured around that change. In terms of categorisation, we're now 2/3 of the way through the properties that opted in. What does that mean? It means that there are, and you'll recall the number originally of 700 odd properties that we'd estimated in that space. So 658 properties identified as Category 3, and that breaks down as there being 442 buyout offers out there for sale and purchase transactions, and 153 have now completed that process, and you are now the proud owners of 153 of those damaged properties. That, of course, in turn means that there's quite a bit of work happening in terms of the deconstruction, removal, demolition process around those properties. So hopefully I'm painting a clear picture of quite a bit of acceleration in that space in terms of the numbers that the team is dealing with. It's none of which is meant to deny the reality for some people on the ground that they continue to be frustrated and upset by the situation they're in as we move towards a conclusion for them. Just only a couple more things from me. I did want to mention, while we're in that sort of recovery space, that we did agree, commission if you like, the Office of the Auditor General to do a a review of all of the actions arising from last year's events to keep us honest and give us an objective, independent view of how well we had implemented all of the recommendations from the different reports last year. So that field work is completed, and I can tell you that we've been told that we can expect a draft report from the Auditor General on the 16th of August, and that it'll be tabled in Parliament, which means that's when it will be public on the 17th of September. I am hopeful, I won't use the word confident, that it'll confirm pretty solid progress against those review recommendations. But I do make the point, and this is an ongoing area of focus, there are still things to work on. I particularly mention sort of the developing capability that we need in terms of communication and public information, our connect with the community and the preparedness at a very local level, so that we've got resilience in the community alongside what we do as an agency in the community. And you noted, I certainly did, comments this morning from the advisory panels that go to a bit of sensitivity and the need for quite targeted work in terms of our disability community, our aged community, and our ethnic communities. So I think it's, I'm pleased with the progress, but I think that we're coming up to an important milestone where we check in and we make sure that we're on track, and we make sure we really understand what requires still to be done in terms of getting the city prepared for another significant event. Your Worship, I'll leave my part there and I will hand to Ross now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So Phil talked a bit about, touched on at least, the Auckland Future Fund preparatory work. As you recall, in June you made decisions around the Auckland Future Fund and delegated to the Chief Executive to get on with a bunch of preparatory work. And then as part of that, there was also a request to report back at least quarterly. So we will be providing a full update at the next governing body meeting, but there's quite a lot of work underway. So I just wanted to just touch on some of the details, so just so that you're aware of what's going on. So there's quite a significant implementation work program. There's weekly meetings, there's various work streams being set up, lots of legal work, governance work, etc. There's the key bit around the director appointments that's been mentioned, but also in addition to that, there's a lot of work we need to get in place to procure some services, advice, and other bits and pieces to make sure that once the directors are appointed, which we're aiming for the end of August, they'll need to meet and make some key decisions around setting up and running the future fund in September. So we're needing to get things up and running so that the new board, once they're appointed, can hit the ground running. It does create a little bit of a gap in terms of oversight. So we'll have that once the directors are appointed, but in the meantime, we've felt like we needed a bit more expertise. So we're working with Simon Allen, who's, you may recall, was the former chair of Auckland Council Investments Limited, is working with us, and we're working with Councillor Fletcher as the chair of the Investment Workings Group, just to make sure we've got the right kind of oversight as we move through those things. So, some of the activities that are underway includes some procurement processes. So we've gone out with a request for proposal for investment managers. They will be managers that provide advice to the directors. The directors will make all the decisions, and they will make the decisions around who to appoint finally. But we need to get that procurement process underway so that the directors can make an appointment around who they want as their investment advisors to run the fund. We'll also get some advice around the draft SIPO. That's a Statement of Investment Policy and Objectives. It's a key document that governs how the future fund will work. And we're also getting some advice around the transfer of the airport shares and then the process of how those shares might be sold to seed the future fund. So we're getting that advice underway so that all the decisions will be made by the directors. We want to make sure they've got full advice and they've got the expertise that they need in place to hit the ground running. As I said, there'll be a full update on that next month. I just wanted to keep you up to date around how things are tracking. In terms of the financials, so this is normally when I talk about how the results are looking and they'd be in the report. We can't kind of cover all of the details of the reports this month because we've reached the end of the financial year and the results for the year have to be disclosed in a systematic way through the NZX. So that will happen at the end of August and then we'll move to completing the annual report, go through the audit process, and the full annual report will come to the governing body at the end of September and then be released publicly at that point. So up until that point of the NZX release, we do need to keep the results for the year confidential. We have concluded as much as we can in the open report, but there's a separate report in the confidential section today that has those numbers there. They are preliminary and they're unaudited, but they're there for you in the confidential section. In terms of what I can talk about, is I can talk about the general trends. The trends that we've seen in all the previous months up to May basically have continued. Those trends included strong CapEx delivery, and we're looking at for transport and water care 99-98% delivery. So very strong CapEx delivery has occurred throughout the year, and the same is true in June. Couple of highlights from the June in the June month is in Te Aratū South is the T2 transit greening of that lane has been completed and that lane is now live. There were two new electric trains for the CRL have passed their inspection and now logistics are underway to get those shipped to Auckland. So great to have the CRL line and stations built, but we need the trains as well. So we've got the trains coming, which is good news. And then in the water care space, there's the Akarana booster pump station has come on stream, which doubles the water supply capacity in the Hillsborough area. So CapEx delivery continues to be very strong. Capital revenue has been a little slow, so less asset disposals, lower development contributions. Those trends have been constant throughout the year and have been we're seeing delays in some of those things, delays with asset sales and delays with the insurance proceeds. The insurance proceeds from the storm events will now occur next, or in the current financial year rather than the year to June, and we've seen less development contributions as well. In terms of operating budgets, throughout the year we've seen strong operating revenue. So back in May we were up to that point tracking 4% ahead of budget. That includes things like strong watercare growth revenues, strong bus patronage, the higher consents. So we had a very strong month in May in terms of building consents, new consents coming through. As Phil said, that's dropped off a little bit in June, but still higher than it was, say, a year ago. And we've also had more government grants come through for storm recovery. So the trend has been strong operating revenue, and then the general trend throughout the year has been operating expenditure close to budget. We've had some higher storm costs throughout the year, but we've had some lower costs elsewhere, repairs and maintenance, and a few other things have been low. So pluses and minuses. But those are the trends that have been in place throughout the year, and June isn't all that different. And as I said, we'll have there is more information in the confidential, and we can talk about that then. You will also get that more in-depth report at the end of August. We'll have the NZX release, but we'll also have the quarterly report for the financials for the June year. So that's when we can provide and a more in-depth look at these numbers as well. And I'll pass across to Gary for the economic update.
Thank you, Ross. Kia ora koutou, councillors and chair. New data out over the last month has pointed to a continuing softening in economic activity as higher interest rates dampen consumer spending. For example, stats on retail spending, job advertisements, and surveys of business confidence and hiring intentions. In particular, many of you may have seen the data release on consumer price index. Inflation for Q2 showed that headline inflation for the year to June 2024 decreased from 4% down to 3.3%. That's slightly lower than had been expected, and it's just outside the target band that the Reserve Bank's got of 1 to 3%. In that context has been acknowledged by the Reserve Bank, and its recent monetary policy review indicated its confidence in reaching the target of 3%, the upper band, I should say, upper bound of that band in the latter part of this year. So already commercial banks have started dropping some of their lending rates. They've been sharpening up there in anticipation of OCR cuts, perhaps in the later months of this year rather than next year. Just to turn to the city centre, in response to your request for an update at the last governing body meeting, you'll have seen that the Chief Executive and Group CFO update has a summary with an attachment note that covers the economic data as well as the council activities in the city centre. Just to touch on some of that, I think it does focus on the retail and hospitality side of the city centre, because those businesses do tend to be quite visible at street level and quite sensitive to changes in consumer spending habits. And it's also where we have some of the more timely measures in terms of data on retail spending, data on retail vacancies at a monthly frequency. It also just sort of notes that we have to see the city centre in the broader context of also being an employment centre, particularly for those professional services, banking, finance, insurance, which is really where the employment numbers are dominated. And of course it is also a location for our residences too. But in terms of some of those headline numbers relative to the pre-pandemic period, looking at the most recent data for this year, we can see retail spending is about 20% lower still, has clawed back a little bit, but it's still not where it was in real terms relative to prior to the pandemic. The city centre is not alone in that. We also looked at Albany, Manukau, Takapuna, Ponsonby, and those centres are also down to various degrees relative to their pre-pandemic baseline. The exception appears to be Newmarket, which I think will have benefited from a large mall opening, which wasn't available prior to the pandemic, and it is now, so that would have attracted more business. It appears, though, that the city centre has lost a bit of market share in that spending data as far as we can see relative to other centres. In the year to May 2024, accounted for about 8.1% of retail spending in terms of the regional spend, and that's down from 9.8% in the year to February 2020 at the onset of the pandemic. Vacancy rates are still relatively high at 10%, although that has come off 14% in December 2021. Obviously, you would have seen some references. Pedestrian counts are still about 29% lower. That's heart of the city data relative to pre-pandemic, and also public transport trips are also down about still 17%. Now, in each case, there's been some recovery from the depths of the pandemic period in 2021, but still not quite back there yet. I think it's worth touching on some contributing factors here. Unfortunately, there are several layers to those contributing factors. We're all aware of the pandemic shock and the fact that the city centre was particularly exposed to the loss of international connections and international education, but also those macro trends. So I think there's a good case that the city centre has actually accelerated the uptake of remote working that was already underway prior to the pandemic, as well as the uptake of online retail spending or shopping that was already underway. So those sort of macro trends have been accelerated there. And they offer, of course, flexibility and efficiency, but they do come with some adjustment costs, particularly for the city centre. On top of that, we've got the cyclical factors. We've talked about the economy just now in a contractionary phase. That won't last forever, but of course that dampening consumer spend hits the city centre as it does the region as a whole. And on top of that, we've got local factors. We've heard about some of that earlier today with some of the public works and what that's meant for disruption in some parts of the city centre. And other local factors too. I think there's a case that we've seen competitive forces with the downtown or waterfront part of the city centre, doing quite well in terms of offering premium office and retail offerings, and then other parts of the city centre perhaps have lost out in the short run with that competition. And just to wrap up, I'd say that all of this needs to be seen in perhaps the medium-term context. I think there's a case to think about some of the tailwinds that support the outlook for the city centre. We've had a long-run trend in the New Zealand economy towards a more service-based economy rather than a goods-producing economy, and I think that would support demand for commercial office space. We've also seen that as Auckland has grown as a population, as a region over time, the city centre in the past has grown with it, and so I think there's a case that relationship, as Auckland is projected to still grow, the city centre would grow with it. And then, of course, we've heard about the CRL. The city centre is already the most connected part of Auckland in terms of public transport and other road links as well, and I think that will only improve with the completion of the CRL. Finally, I'll just note that there is quite a pipeline of private sector investment. They obviously see some potential in the city centre, particularly around, you've seen a lot of work either announced or delivered along Albert Street and around some of the other catchments at Midtown and downtown. And so I think the fact that the private sector is investing in the city centre is also a signal of that longer term outlook being a bit more positive. So I'll leave it there and hand back to the Chair. Thank you.
Fair enough, thanks for that. Councillor Sayers has got some questions, so it's Councillor Turner and Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I might direct them to you, Phil, and you might redirect them, but just listening to both your report and the finance report, it's kind of, there's no real alarm bells that I can pick up, which is an improvement perhaps on earlier years of the Auckland Council. So my question is, do we still carry out the Citizens Insights Monitor? That's where we measure kind of Aucklanders' satisfaction with Auckland Council and Auckland Council's decision making, because that hasn't been trending in the right direction for a while, but listening to the reports and the updates that we're getting here, it'd be interesting to see how that reflects out back into the community and what feedback we get on that. So are those surveys being continued? We've done them for a number of years every quarter, and I don't know, Phil, if you had any comment about how you think the efforts that you've been making here and coming in on targets and budgets and delivering on your objectives might influence that outcome, realising I think we actually ask those questions across the group rather than just the parent. Would you like to make any comment about that?
Well, simply to say, yes, we do still measure it. I have to confess I haven't got that material in front of me, so we can confirm the most recent of those survey results with you after this. We do, I'm pretty sure in our end of year reporting, we will include some material on that public sentiment question. So, you know, look forward to that. But I'll come to you after this with those figures. I would hope, I would like to think that we're influencing them. We're certainly seeing some change in the media analysis favourability stuff. But as we discussed in a different forum yesterday, complex issue, and the ability to differentiate the core council from the CCOs is an interesting one. Yeah. So I will come back to you post this with something specific.
Thanks. You could always ask the guy behind you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you first for Mr. Chief Executive. The recovery figures, the deconstruction, the demolition of the houses, is that coming out of the recovery budget, or how are we funding the deconstruction of the properties we purchase?
Yes, it's coming out of the recovery budget, but it was not specifically provided for in the agreement with government, which means that it's a council cost rather than a shared cost with central government.
And the other question I had was just on the insurance payout that we expect this financial year. How much was that?
It's around 100 million in total of insurance proceeds, and we've received almost virtually nothing this year, and we expect that to come in this current financial year.
That figure's shrinking. It was, I had it noted here some time ago, we were talking about 130 plus. And I note that Watercare, when they came and talked to us about that extra money that we voted through for them at one stage, they talked about their $80 million worth of insurance payout, which they expected, which I then discovered was in the group payout. So of that, how much is Watercare expecting to get?
I don't have the Watercare number yet. My understanding in the budget, in terms of when we set the annual budget, the budgeted figure was around about 110 million for the group. I think the vast bulk of it is with Watercare. So the actual numbers might be different to the budget, but 110 million is the budget number. We haven't received, we haven't virtually received nothing this year, so it's 110 million budget variance. What we might get is still to be determined.
Do you know how much we asked for? No, okay. I'll ask offline, do I? Thank you.
I apologise, Councillor Turner. I was busy having a side
okay.
with the Mayor.
There's a trend from the income side, things to be shrinking. A bit like the amount of money we're going to get from the land around the CRL. Nevertheless, Councillor Walker, please, your question.
So, commendations on the economic analysis and the like as it goes to the city centre. I've just got some questions though. Given that we've got some substantial projects like the CRL and the various things that are happening across the city centre, is it possible to have a bit of a breakdown? For example, right now, the situation in the Wynyard Quarter is diabolical because of the bridge that should have been repaired and hasn't. So I don't doubt that that area is suffering. Similarly, the upper part of Queen Street is faring worse than further down. That will turn around in part once the CRL comes on, but that's some way ahead. Britomart is a different kind of precinct. Given that it's possible to get data on these different areas, okay, because that's available, it doesn't cost us any money, could we have some reporting on that? And is it possible to relate that reporting to some of the stuff that's going on? Especially my concern around these wastewater, waterworks, Wellesley, Victoria Street and the like that are going to generate further reductions in pedestrian count. And around pedestrian counts, is it possible to have pedestrian count numbers for particular parts of the city? Because that's one of the best indicators for you know, how vibrant the city is in particular parts of the city. And the technology exists for that, and maybe it's already being counted. So a few questions there.
Thank you, Councillor, for your questions and your interest. You asked about retail spending. We do hold that for the city centre as a whole and for other centres. In terms of a breakdown into different parts of the city centre, don't hold it now, but if there's strong interest in seeing ongoing reporting, that can be broken down to a sub-city centre level. For example, I know Heart of the City has reported. We don't hold it, but I'm sure we can get access to it. In terms of the pedestrian the counts, I think we put a chart in their report, and we can break that down further and actually look at Midtown versus downtown.
And Wynyard right now?
I'm not sure about Wynyard, but I guess in theory the Wynyard area we could look at the sort of retail and hospitality, well, mostly hospitality over there, I guess. Yeah. But if there's an appetite for that, we are planning to put out a sort of more reader-friendly version of this as an insights paper with a few charts and graphics and things for the public domain as part of our just making information available. So if that's of interest to you, we can look to try and add those elements into that. And we're hoping to get that done at the end of August.
The other further question would be, if it's possible, just link up to events. If I give you one example, we had the World Choir Games. We saw part of that here. There were well over 11,000 people from various locations that came to Auckland. I didn't see scarcely any visibility around that. No banners up Queen Street, didn't see anything anywhere other than the fact that I bumped into people and they brought to my attention where was the publicity. It was pretty disappointing. So having some reporting on that sort of thing would be useful. There's also a relationship with cruise ships. I don't doubt that particularly goes to the lower part of the city, but you know, just having some numbers so that we've got an idea what's going on, and through us, the public can have an idea what's going on, so we can turn things around.
Thank you, Councillor. We in our monthly Chief Executive and Group CFO report, we do include economic stats. They have been at a sort of a macroeconomic level. We can look to include some that are more focused on Auckland and parts of the city centre as you've asked for. And if we've got those available monthly, we'll try and include those for your appraisal.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Good question, good answers. That's the end of those questions. So there's a recommendation to receive this report and the updates. And beg your pardon? Councillor Fletcher's moved it. Seconded by Councillor Walker. Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. I think it just goes how quickly things go when the financial news is improving. Rightio, we've got. We're going to jump into the pool item, which is making quite a splash. So Phil will speak first. The team will then give a bit of background on the Section 17A review and the different strokes that were considered. Painful this, but we remember we are an open session and there will be a confidential item later. Yeah, no waves, yes. Nobody, yeah, we won't get drowned in this issue. Any questions that require responses that could breach commercial sensitivity will be deferred and discussed later. So I'm going to have a little corridor with Phil, who will flounder about for a bit, and then we'll dive in with the PSA after.
I'm bereft of any witticism. Look, councillors, I wanted to introduce this item myself to sort of frame it, and therefore am going to speak before staff present on this. We're also keen that you hear from the PSA directly about this matter, and that last item finished slightly quicker than anticipated. So they are, as we speak, walking between Albert Street and this building. So I will fill in the time nicely until they get here. But the courtesy has been extended to the PSA to have public input with you, and that's as it should be. Council has a formal partnership with the Public Service Association, and it's important that that's respected. In speaking to this, I'm also mindful that we employ a large number of people in this business, some of whom, if not watching online right now, will be digesting the content of the discussion when they get off work later in the afternoon or this evening. So it's important just to pause and say, in view of that fact, that this is not a question of not valuing the work that those staff do or the importance of the activity, the pools and leisure activity. I'm frankly proud of the work they do, and they are likewise in the services that are delivered. There are 8 million plus visits to those facilities in the course of a year, and so the impact on community, the importance of this service to a large number of people. I think I'm right in saying something in excess of 400,000 regular users, 8 million plus visits a year is noted. I'll talk to the Section 17A process, sorry for the jargon there, and the substantive matter shortly, but I also wanted to just be really clear, and I know that this is clear to you, but occasionally a bit of the detail gets lost in the narrative around a subject like this. So it's important just to say from the outset that this is not a debate about whether there will be ongoing pool and leisure services in Tamaki Makaureo. That, were it on the table, would have been a question for the long-term plan. It's not. This is simply a question, this is a question of how they're delivered. It's also not about, I suppose, service levels, opening hours, any of those things, or the cost of access to those facilities, the pricing arrangements and so on. Those are preserved as the decision-making territory of our local boards and to yourselves. So, they're not on the table. In other words, this is about the model for delivery. Even the question of procurement and who we contract with is a separate matter to what's on the table today. To the extent that there is an interest in some aspects of that, that's properly a discussion for the confidential part of the agenda, as is questions about the cost aspect, because that goes to the offers on the table, if you like, around alternate delivery approaches. That's for the confidential part of the agenda. It's also, and I'm sorry for the long preliminary here, but it's also important everyone understands that we're navigating a slightly difficult path here, and as we've discussed in a different forum, I'm keen that you have the opportunity to give direction to me and the organisation around this delivery question, but we need to stop short of being too, if you like, prescriptive here. As the employer in this space, I have a legal and a moral obligation to consult with the staff who are potentially affected and with the union. So that's why recommendations today are framed the way they are, because after you give us an indication of what direction you want to head in good conscience, in good faith, I need to engage with the staff and fulfil those other obligations. Turning to the background and the recommendations. So, important to note that Section 17A reviews are a statutory requirement. They cause us, in simple terms, to ask the question about whether we are doing delivery in the most appropriate way, in the optimal way, if you like. In this case, this was triggered by the fact of some existing contracts coming up for renewal, and that's one of the trigger points that's referenced in the Local Government Act requirement for Section 17A reviews. Slightly horrifyingly, I can tell you that this particular process started in 2021, so it predates me and it predates some of you in terms of possibly your awareness of that process, and that it ultimately requires to come back to you for reporting. The questions around delivery, yes, they significantly relate to cost and the value for money question in terms of whether doing things in-house or doing things by contract is the best way. But there's certainly not the only, that's certainly not the only criterion. There are questions, quite rightly, in terms of service quality, whether, given these things are significantly rates funded, whether the attribution appropriately comes back to council for that investment. Okay, that's the brand question that some of you have mentioned with outsourced models. Sustainability, including sustainability in terms of market dynamics, and of course track record in terms of delivery. So, this review that started in 2021 has considered all of those things, and while there are, I won't say will be, because I know very well that there are different views around the table on this subject, it has been the professional responsibility of those staff who worked on the review to put in front of you the fact that there is scope for saving money in relation to the delivery of pools and leisure services. That's fundamentally the conclusion of the Pools and Leisure Review. So it's the responsible thing for staff to have put that in front of you and to make a recommendation accordingly. The final thing I'll say, however, is that if, on balance, you want to indicate a preference for continuing council's direct involvement in delivery, then that certainly doesn't faze me, and it's certainly something that we will take in good faith and we will work on in the organisation. And I dare say you might hear from the PSA that they are up for that challenge as well, because it is nevertheless a responsibility of the organisation in that circumstance, if that's where you choose to go this afternoon, that we work this as hard as we can to get some of the savings, some of the efficiencies that have been indicated through the review. And to some degree at least close the gap here in terms of those different cost structures that have been indicated through the review. So I sort of signal in advance, a willingness to do that. We can certainly explore running leisure more efficiently. I believe, and we don't need to get into this today, it's not the point of the exercise, but I do think there are opportunities in terms of the way that we frame it. I'm familiar from previous experience with models such as a standalone business unit for this activity, and ways of unburdening it with some of the overhead costs that activities in the organisation have to bear, and they do account for some of the story in terms of the different cost structures here. So, look, Your Worship, I'll leave it there. It's very timely that Martin and Sarah and Gabriel are here. Probably, hopefully, not too puffed from a quick walk across the square. And as I say, I'd like you to hear from the PSA in this regard.
Okay, let's dive in with the PSA. I enjoyed meeting with your counterparts on Tuesday, so come forward, please. In theory, you've got 5 minutes, but if it's still interesting after that, we might let it run.
Martin, please take a moment to introduce yourself more formally.
All right. Well, ite whānau, kia ora koutou, ko Martin Graham tōku ingoa. My name is Martin Graham. I'm one of your PSA full-time delegates at Auckland Council, and I've been an employee council for over 10 years, starting in customer services and through blood, sweat and tears, crawling my way up the ranks to sit in the current position I have. So, kia ora. I'll pass it to my colleagues. Yep.
Kia ora. My name is Gabi. I'm a fitness consultant at Stanmore Bay Pulse and Leisure, and I'm also a PSA delegate. I've been with the council almost 10 years as well.
Thank you to everyone. I'm Sarah Stone, and I'm an organiser at the PSA.
So, firstly, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak to you all today. It's really important that you hear from not just myself, but actually from a real living employee of one of your pools and leisure centres up in Stanmore Bay. I also want to acknowledge there will be quite a few people watching online. A lot of them will be staff members from our leisure centres across the Motu, from Albany to West Wave to Manuera to Moana Nui Kiwa. So when we went out to our staff and members over the last week, they were very, very interested in this matter. So I just thought I'd acknowledge them and say ngā mihi to them. Oh. So with 5 minutes, we're going to be very brief, but our asks are up on screen for everyone to see. You would have also potentially received a copy from myself this morning. We are asking the governing body to decisively and determinedly say no to any proposal that comes before you that looks at privatising, and yes, it is privatising, any or all of the operations that are currently council managed. So that's the 22 sites that are currently under council management. Now, I want to be crystal clear about this next point. It is not lost on me, it is not lost on any of your staff at the leisure centres or the PSA that there are some financial challenges within the Pools and Leisure Service, right? But the great thing about the union here at Auckland Council is we operate in a partnership model. We're very highly integrated at every level of the business, and we absolutely see the strains and the challenges that it takes to run a city like Auckland. The point I've made on that slide is if the decision is to vote no against any sort of outsourcing or privatisation, then we absolutely want to do that active, open engagement with the union and your frontline staff to investigate, collaborate, co-design those opportunities for savings and operational improvements. I mentioned earlier that over the last week we had the opportunity to do some roundtables with staff from various sites. You would be absolutely blown away by the creative thinking, the ideas, the problem solving from these very people. So it's really important that going forward, that in a situation where there's no to the proposal, that we actually sit down with staff and actually get their ideas, because don't underestimate our people. Now, you would have seen quite a lot of emails and stuff in the media about why we're calling this privatisation. It is privatisation. Let's not beat around the bush. Okay, it meets the dictionary definition. It's not, we're not potentially leasing these sites to the central government or another district council. These are private companies. And you might know some of these companies if you did a Google search: Belgravia, YMCA, CLM, and particularly for Belgravia, they have an appalling record. They have an appalling record in Australia and here in New Zealand, right? The first result when you type in Belgravia into the news is investigation for assault and harassment and bullying at their Canberra sites. So this is something to really bear in mind when you make your decision later today. I think fundamentally it's understanding that Auckland Council as a territorial authority and the private market are two distinct sectors. They do not have the same interests or incentives. We tend to be far more strategic. That's a really good thing for management of pools and leisure sites. In 2013, Sports NZ did a review of facility management and identified that local government is really effective in driving strategic community outcomes compared to the private sector. If you just want profit, that's the private. But we're a bit more than that, right? And it's not to paint a picture of disaster and catastrophe. Don't believe the hype about our sites. The numbers are going up. We're getting more customers through the door. We're running more programs. So any money that we are making has the opportunity to be reinvested back into our organisation, back into the communities, back into our people. I think I need to be called out a little bit in terms of how the recommendation has been presented to the governing body. It's been a bugbear for some time now as someone who's led the PSA's response through annual budgets, long-term plans, etc., how some recommendations are framed and presented to you as decision makers. Unfortunately, they tend to be kind of put as a package, and they tend to kind of overestimate the cost and underestimate the benefits of any option that would see in-housing of strategically important services. I think for us, it's about saying the decision around KPIs, decision around living wage, decision around what happens to the contracts for the 19 other sites that are up for renewal can absolutely and separately be decided without then also having to vote to outsource. So it's something to watch out for. And I'm pleased to see that a number of the governing body picked that up during the workshop last week. Now, unfortunately, we won't be part of the commercially sensitive section of your decision making today. I'm not sure why, because we do have a good sense of what the numbers are. We do have a lot of members right throughout the organisation who are very angry and upset about this proposal, and they are talking to us through protected non-disclosure. But in any case, I would certainly ask the governing body to consider these questions and really point to some of the facts that will come out under an outsourcing model. For example, what are the strategic and opportunity costs for council if everything's outsourced? What are we losing? Yep, you might get some savings out of it, but that makes it a lot more difficult to drive any athletic, aquatic, recreation targets that we want for our communities. It's not lost on me that it's currently the Olympics, and if we want to support our current and future Olympians, we need to retain that level of control and authority over our pools and leisure sites. The other thing to call out is the costs that can arise out of legal disputes and contract management. It is not a cost-neutral exercise. There are potential risks for the savings to blow up in smoke because we spend most of our time in the High Court arguing over terminologies, definitions of the contracts that we would have for these companies. I should know, I've been bargaining quite a few contracts in my time, and there's no way you can specify every little detail or spans of control, and inevitably these things can end in disaster and us up in the court, when we could be actually spending our time reinvesting, directing, supporting our staff across the leisure centres, delivering for the community. I think the final point I'd conclude really is this it strikes me that this is an opportunity to really revisit the importance of our pools and leisure centres. And I'm impressed by the quality of engagement that the public has in this matter. You would see obviously in social media and the RNZ interview last night that the public have a very strong stance against privatisation. It's not particularly popular, particularly with something as important as our pools and leisure sites, right? So while PSA isn't necessarily against public consultation, I think, you know, that would be better than anything. The reality is that we need that leadership from today to be shown by our governing body to decisively say no, we're not going to privatise, we're not going to outsource, and let's get on with the good work of talking to our staff, doing exactly what the PSA did in 3 days, finding out more information, more data, more solutions to operational and cost-saving options than it took value for money for 3 years. So that's what I'm asking here today, that's what Gabby's here, that's what Sarah's here for, and all our members, is to say vote no and work with us, work with the staff to make our sites humming and working for our Auckland communities. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. I've got 4 people who would like to ask you questions. Councillor Sayers first.
Your Worship. Thank you, Martin. I've really, you know, took on board about your willingness to work cooperatively to try and find some solutions, and the fact that our staff have problems solving skills out there, and you've already, in a short time, seen it. You know they're sitting there, they just haven't been asked, right? So, appreciate that. So my question probably goes around your request seems to be around the ones that are currently run by the council, right? To say no to those, but they're about 19 that are currently not council run, so they're not kind of within scope of your concerns or trying to tap into the staff that work at those pool and leisure centres as well, to come up with any ideas from them. Are they, just your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So as a union, we can only talk to our PSA members. So we have members at all the council sites, not in the private sector. So it's not that we can't try to talk to them, it's just very difficult. Particularly in the Belgravia sites, their relationship with unions and worker advocates in Australia is pretty poor, and I'm not led to believe that would be any different here in New Zealand.
Could the management team within Auckland Council talk to those other ones that aren't part of the PSA equation?
You could talk to them, but what the report shows is that those outsourced organisations aren't doing as well as the council organisations. So if you want to have a look for ideas, I mean, it's been a confusing time for staff when we've gone out to talk to them, to council staff, because they've been told that they're at the 96% target of the revenue target. So staff in the council leisure centres are going, what do you mean? We've just literally last week been told we're at this 96% mark. If you need to increase that revenue target, then albeit. But the outsourced organisations don't have the same foot traffic, they're not doing as well. Basically, they're not doing the job to the same standard.
Yeah, thank you for that. And in terms of the timelines, in terms of the amount of work and effort in the meetings that might need to take place to come up with reaching whatever these targets are, both, sounds like financial ones and perhaps performance objective ones, can that be done within the next annual plan timeline? Can it be done before, kind of this time next year? How quickly are we talking? Have you got any feel for how long this might take to try and achieve what you've suggested?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. It's an interesting one because, in theory, I'd love to go into this straight away. However, we're going to need a lot of support from our corporate support services, HR, and obviously management as well. And I can't speak to their capacity, but I do know it's pretty tight at the moment. In terms of the PSA side things, believe it or not, we're actually going to bargaining for the council side and the CCOs later this year, so a lot of our availability is tied up with that. But look, in principle, if we could get onto it ASAP, the members are up for it, we're up for it. I think just capacity and availability is going to be the challenge.
Thank you very much for your answers.
Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, team, for your presentation and your strong voice today. I've got a couple of questions. First off, you described it as a partnership between Auckland Council and the PSA. For this particular item and issue, can you describe what that partnership has looked like? And do you think that you and the workers have been well consulted in that partnership? And then I've got a couple of follow-ons. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. In March, we were contacted by the former General Manager, Dave Stewart, and Garth Orson, and they reached out to us to let us know, probably really the first time in an official sense, that this process was happening. They showed us some information, what the value for money team were deciding, the kind of 20-odd options that they looked at. And the purpose of that meeting really was from kind of from Dave's perspective, was how to get the union involved as much as possible. So it was a very positive meeting. We ended up coming away from that session with a terms of engagement document. And it talked to a few things around how we might have people like Gabby and other workplace representatives from the pools and leisure space being involved in kind of some of that kind of deep decision-making around a process like this. So things about being involved in the stairco, kind of getting access to the financials, and if need be, signing NDAs, non-disclosure agreements to obviously protect those commercial secrets. And in that sense, I was quite confident that regardless of what the outcome would be, we would be well informed across the information and have a good kind of debate throughout. Unfortunately, Dave left, moved on to better and brighter things overseas, and for a period of, I'll say, about a month, 2 months, it was kind of radio silence. And then we got re-engaged by a councillor again, and a lot of decisions had been made, and it became a sense of that we've made the decisions. We can't tell you half of the things that influence our decisions because they're commercially sensitive, and it's all going to be outsourcing. And to the credit of the team, we were asking all the questions, we were pushing for as much information as possible, but it was pretty clear that this was more of, we've done the work, we've made the decisions, and we'll work with you once we've outsourced, which is unfortunate. I know that's not necessarily what the staff involved wanted. It's a feature, but I don't think that counts as what happened as very thorough or robust workplace or worker engagement. One more point I should make, and this is an important one. When we spent last week reaching out to staff, it was the first time many of them had actually heard officially and concretely this process was happening. A lot of it was rumours, a lot of it was back channels. In one instance, members were hearing it from their colleagues at the YMCA Belgravia sites. So all this information was already out there, but nobody had told them. So we did the right thing. We spoke to our members, and I'm pretty proud that we were able to spin something up in such a short time frame.
Kia ora. Thank you for that. Yeah, we'll definitely, that will sit with us, I think, when we make a decision later on. My second question is around the advantage of being part of the council whānau for staff. And when you were introducing how long you've been involved in and how you've moved within the council whānau, and I thought of when I was chair of the local board, one of my local board advisors, one of the best I've had, I'd have to say, since being with council. He actually had started almost a decade previously through pools and leisure centres. He started as a student working part-time through pools and leisure in Otara and in Mangere, and had worked his way up through the council whānau and was a local board advisor and is now in a senior position with another funder. So from the PSA's point of view and from the staff point of view, what are the advantages of being part of the council whānau for staff for our residents, for customers, for community initiatives as well, because you've talked a bit about how your staff have different ideas about community initiatives, and then also in terms of responding when we have emergencies like COVID, like the floods, etc. Kia ora.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I would say from our point of view, we are part of the community. We have pretty much our families using the services as well. We work as a family, and we have many family members working in the leisure centres as well. And we care about our community. We're passionate about the work we do, and we don't do it for the money, definitely. And I think a private company will only care about the profit. For much of whatever they want to say, it will always be profit. And our motive is different as being council. So pretty much that's the main point I wanted to make.
And to follow on from that, so there is a degree of mobility and leadership development that occurs between kind of the pools and leisure space into the wider council. One of our delegates actually this week, who's been helping out a lot in this, has been given an opportunity to work in the HR unit within council. So that's an opportunity for him and his whānau that he would not otherwise have if he was working for the types of companies out in the private sector. We're a very diverse business. We have very diverse kind of interests and roles, departments, etc. And that's a strength of ours that I think would be lost, or I know would be lost, because that would be separated out in outsourcing. In terms of kind of other pros, I think the first thing is where sites are profitable, or they are kind of doing well, I mean, all that money can be just reinvested back into the centre, into the organisation, right? The moment these are outsourced, these companies will be expecting to clip the ticket, and it will be bye-bye over to Australia. And that's not necessarily a good thing when we have an opportunity to get some of these funds back into our community. Institutional knowledge is a really important one, and that's a question I've put up there. How do you measure that when you have staff like myself who have been with council going on a decade? A lot of centre managers have been around the traps for a very long time. They know their people better than anyone, right? And in a process of outsourcing, there will be, unfortunately, some roles that would be reduced. There would be a lot of redundancies potentially. And then after 12 months, the working conditions of those sites become so poor that there will be a lot of staff shortages. People just resign. So think about all the people who have been with the centres for decades, and we've just lost that. I mean, that's a cost, right? That's a significant cost to council, and we're willing to put them through a process that lets them go. So for me, those would be those two big areas, Councillor.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks, team. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Hills next, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Martin and team, and you'll know from that I've been working to keep our council centres in under the council-run ownership. I guess my question, and you would have heard it at the workshop, but is a little bit to what Councillor Fully said around what are the benefits to the community, I guess, of the flexibility of being inside the council whānau. So we saw it with the running of the shelters during the storms, with extra work that was helped through COVID, but there was probably other examples of just the mucking in, I guess, that is enabled from having council whānau run centres.
So it kind of goes back to people. These aren't, and let me put it in these terms. There's often this tendency I've noticed in public service to talk about service as separate from people. And it's one and the same, right? There's no waste service without waste staff. There's no pools and leisure service without pools and leisure staff, right? So in the first instance, we need to be crystal clear that we're always talking about people when we're talking about functions of this organisation, right? So emergency management is people. And during the Cyclone Gabrielle and the storms of early last year, our centres quickly mobilised overnight, and it was those centre staff who turned up and held the fort alongside the specialist emergency staff, with the police, with community leaders, and they held those centres of safety, security, welfare at a time where a lot of disruption, a lot of uncertainty was occurring, and that was important for the well-being of our people to get through, and to have lifeguards and recreation advisors and team leaders get stuck in and help run something that they're not necessarily trained on doing, speaks highly of their intrinsic understanding and their capability to serve their communities.
And the last question, it does come to your first point, and I'm really quite happy to see that you pointed that out around savings. But just as I've been, the Mayor's been taking a number of our feedback, but my feedback on board, but sort of his feedback back to me is that savings portion. So if we do have some different resolutions today about holding, well, we are going to, holding the council services as council, the staff are not going to be freaked out by any resolutions that say we'll be working with PSA and staff on savings. They're not going to, it's not going to be a threat. They're going to see that as hopefully a positive.
This came from the conversations we had with members. This is what we talked to them. We were in those workshops. We'd heard some of the comments. We'd obviously been working with or talking to Value for Money, so we'd heard some of the arguments already, and we essentially just put it to the members. Unfortunately, I heard it a number of times that the market's better in getting more customers through the door. And that's a bit of a head scratcher because, one, our site's already getting increased patronage. And two, when I put that sort of argument to the members, they said, what are you talking about? We're already looking at different ways to invest and innovate and get different community engagement. The people at Moana Nui Kiwa run the Samoan language event that's super popular. I can't see groups like Belgravia or YMCA doing that, but our people can. So in terms of looking at the operational efficiencies and savings, I mean, they're doing it already. And I think it's just given them the opportunity to get involved at a point of time which should have happened right at the start.
And just a quick comment, apologise on our behalf around the knowledge, because I did a lunchtime learning a number of months ago with staff, and there was a number of questions about this that came from staff, so I kind of made the assumption that everyone knew that, so it sounds like maybe only some did, so thank you.
Sorry. Just to add to what he was saying, we would like to be involved in any solutions, in any savings potential. We don't want to be told which are the solutions. We want to be involved because we know how our centres work much better than people in Albert Street. So we should be part of any solution from the start.
Thank you so much.
If I might just give a little bit of guidance to the room, and we totally understand the importance of talking to the track record of people in the industry, okay, in terms of your degree of confidence about who might take up contracts with council going forward. I'd just counsel everyone maybe just to leave specific references to individual companies aside. They're not here to defend themselves. It's only a question of fairness.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. I don't know anything about running a pool, so to make this decision I have to listen to the people who present. In good governance, we have to save some money going forward. But in my lifetime, I haven't seen evidence that good management is limited just to the private sector, or vice versa. Good management is just plain good management. So are you telling me that if we stuck to the status quo, the staff, the PSA members that are on your team, can see a way to deliver us some of the savings we need?
Thank you, Councillor. So I kind of bring it back to the point we've made that it's an opportunity to staff to investigate and co-design those opportunities. I don't know the books. They haven't been shown to us. Love to get stuck in and then start problem solving now. In terms of what the kind of potential savings or solutions are, I defer to the exercise of actually sitting down with the people who run these sites. Because like myself, I don't know how to run a pool, but Gabby works there, and she's the person I would look to get some sense of what we can do to drive more out of our sites, if need be. Because here's the thing, some sites are actually doing extremely well. In fact, when we talk about trying to get increased customer patronage, I mean, there's a problem with that because there's a line up the door. There's too many people. So, yeah, I suppose it's just being clear to each site what needs to be addressed, what needs to be fixed, and then actually sitting down with staff and workshopping that. And that's not a new thing. Council's done this quite a few times. Again, I speak to that partnership that's been in place since amalgamation. And it's par for the course. And so I'm willing to back that on the track record of that sort of work, then trusting the idea that somehow there's something in the market, in the private sector, that just magically is better than what we do.
Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, team. Martin, I think early on in your piece you referenced that Sport New Zealand report from a few years back that went into leisure centres. One of the key findings of that report was, of course, identifying the risks that were possible in a private management structure of leisure facilities, and particularly in a case where you have a wholesale transfer as being proposed here. And that real risk went to the fundamental shift in the ethos of these centres, essentially from serving the public and being flexible. And as I'm saying this, I'm thinking of circumstances that I've just been involved with Councillor Walker at our own leisure centre, where the very sort of people that were in presenting to us for about 3 hours this morning, elderly people, people with disabilities, people who are new to the community, programs were being, purpose-built for them, and when there were strains on that, they were being accommodating. So I just would really like to just dig a little bit further on that report, which essentially, pointed out the risks that go with that kind of transfer. And when I look at the public feedback for all the centres, I see that really clear. Where in actual fact, it's the council facilities that meet those needs and eliminate that kind of ethos risk of a change in fundamental approach.
So the point I'll make, Councillor, and thanks for the question, goes back to this idea that the private sector somehow is more productive because they've got those incentives to kind of drive that performance, right? That's kind of a theory, but when you apply it to the Auckland Council context, we have something, what we call kind of that high performance, high engagement model, which is that when you empower people, when you actually give them some autonomy over their roles, and they're not just cogs in a machine, but you actually say, I'm interested in you as a lifeguard, what your thoughts on how to improve the place are, that drives performance. That's what drives productivity and engagement. It's one of those things where if you want these sites to be really functioning well, you've got to give people power and empower them. The second thing I think calling out is, I think there's a real risk, particularly with something like aquatic operations, which is naturally a high health and safety incident space anyway. Do we really want the kind of people who would work for minimum wage in these sites? Now, I know that potentially living wage would be carried over, but that's only one part of the puzzle of staff productivity. It's also the terms and conditions, it's the culture of the work site. And what we tend to see in looking at other suppliers who run pools and leisures in Australasia is staff shortages, particularly with lifeguards. We have staff disputes and employment relation issues. We have customer dissatisfaction. We have reputational damage, incidents of mismanaged marketing, unclear branding, unclear direction that hurts the experience for the customers. So that's the evidence that's out there when you look at these companies. And by no means it's not saying council somehow this magically perfect utopian group, but the key difference is we control it. We're in that position to drive and manage it directly.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. In terms of that Auckland Council esprit de corps that you identified there, it doesn't seem to have been too evident on the ground, and I know this from fact too, talking to people. People had no idea what's really been going on here until very, very late in the piece, which I find disturbing. But in terms of going forward, what's the confidence that the people around the council sites then, they're already, I think, Sarah, did you say, like reaching 96% achievements of goals or service delivery targets or whatever it is, very high percentage rates. Obviously, they're performing that to a very high standard. What's in the chance of them coming up with potential solutions to some of these, financial challenges as such that have been expressed here? Because it's the same people we're dealing with. Same people are achieving these high performance delivery types and high customer relations. What's the chance then that they're going to come up with ways to alleviate the financial pinch?
Thank you, Councillor. I think it goes back to their commitment and their interest in the role. You know, when we went round to talk to staff members, you've got people who've been working there for 10 years, 20 years, even longer. I think we were up to 26 or 28. And as Gabby said, they're embedded in their communities. They want to see it thrive. They have a commitment to the role. It's not around it, having revenue goals and achieving those goals gives them a sense of pride. That's a bit different to having, performance-based pay or KPIs in other ways. They want to make their centres work. They're interested in it. They've got ideas in it. It's just that they haven't been asked.
Okay, last one, Councillor Walker.
I've got a question, not so much about making savings, but about improving revenue and especially customer experience. My understanding is that it's customer experience and satisfaction and what you deliver on that generates the uptake and revenue. So you mentioned earlier that your members have done quite a bit of creative thinking, problem solving. Is your gut view that there's the opportunity to really run these centres better, especially if the staff and maybe enhanced management could do that? And I guess the context around that from my perspective is I haven't had any information on what market share we've got, really no information around marketing, what our placement is around price and product and so on. But I'm making the assumption that you and your members have. So what's your response around that? Thanks.
I wouldn't say it's more than a gut feeling. I just know from past practice and experience working in Auckland Council and other areas where we've had a problem, there's a manager kind of sees there's an issue, whether it's financial, operational, strategic, whatever, and they actually sit down with staff and actually give them the opportunity to feedback and workshop it. Now, the outcome from that may be something that on the face of it looks harmful or disadvantageous, but at least they've been given that opportunity to be engaged, right? So it could very well be an option where after doing this exercise, we look at maybe we need to move to a different model of direct council management, but something like a standalone business unit or turn them into a CCO. There are obviously some advantages to that. But the critical step there for me is that's been missed. And look, we weren't able to get around all the sites. We got probably only half, 2/3 of the membership. And across a group that's 800 people strong, I think I would be very surprised and shocked if you couldn't get a centre manager and their team to start thinking of some really interesting and thoughtful ideas to increase revenue if need be, because as I said, not all sites necessarily at that critical juncture. B, how to get more customers to the door. We'll see how can we make those sites hum so they hit some of those savings targets.
And my related question is, given that council's in the business of customer satisfaction, that's what we have to deliver on, and arguably the customer should be everything. It isn't right now, but let's say that's where we're at. If we've got leisure and pool centres that are high performers, that are delivering substantially on customer satisfaction, that's going to rub off on council and our performance as a whole, correct? Okay, thanks.
Okay, that's everybody. Thanks very much for your presentation. And we're happy to hear from staff members. I think at the moment that we're going to recommend that we receive the public input, and that's been moved by Councillor Fletcher. And I think was Councillor, who's seconding that? Ferry. All those please in favour, please say aye. On the contrary, carried. Thank you very much for presenting. Rightio. We're now moving to the highly contentious summary of... Oh, sure, sorry, remember that. Item 11 itself now. Right, I'll bring to the Chief Executive is going to open, and we'll welcome Chantel, or springboard into the welcoming Chantel to the shows us. Hear us how we've got to this.
No, I've said my piece, Your Worship, so we'll hand directly to Chantel.
And welcome Rachel Kelleher in her new position as the Director of Community, such dizzying heights. We also have the Director of Group Strategy and the CE office behind in the background there too. But he's just in the background to make sure that the Director of Community and the Head of Value for Money provide such excellent service. Thank you very much, and we look forward to hearing this.
Thank you to the Mayor and Chief Executive for the introduction into this important piece of work, and thank you also for the input and acknowledge the PSA that we just heard from. My name is Chantal Spritsky. I'm the Head of Value for Money, and beside me is, you've just been introduced, is Rachel. Today we have a quick presentation, not too long, and this reflects the core elements of the report that you have received in the open agenda. I will not go into too much further detail, as we have recently workshopped this last week, and as well as some of the councillors have taken the opportunity to attend a drop-in session on Tuesday. So just going back to the origins of this work, and I know that this has been discussed already, and probably using the Chief Executive's words, horrifyingly, this did start in 2021. So it has been going on for a while, but the reason for this initial review was the expiration of the contracts. That was initially in 2022 for some of the contracts, the rest of them were in 2023, so we're already in a place of renewing these contracts. As part of that review, we did do a look at the entirety of the pools and leisure service, so looking at the role that Auckland Council would play and how we could deliver that. And out of that, there was 5 areas for change, the third of which was the review and improve of the contract delivery model. So the current challenges to the network that we currently see, which was part of the case for change for having a look at this, was that in the current contract arrangement, we are limited in our ability to performance manage the providers, and this also impacts on the local board engagement and what they currently receive. The contracts have been expired for a while now, and we're currently in the position of short-term renewals, which result in increased cost if we were to extend. The fragmented network currently has multiple providers reporting to certain single local boards. It limits provider efficiency and the ability to be able to invest in the service. The current structure is also based on legacy arrangements, which limits our ability to be able to optimise resourcing and our processes. Currently, the sites do not have consistent branding on the facilities, which means that customers are not always aware that they are using a council facility. Also, suppliers are not currently paying the living wage as a requirement. As part of the long-term plan, 2024, it was identified that we should be seeking opportunities where council did not have to be the default provider of some of our community services. Also, as part of the long-term plan, it was identified that there was a savings target for more effective service delivery. This is what we've already heard about today. As part of the 2022 work, it was also identified that council had a higher cost to serve than our providers. This is a slide that has been shown a few times now, but it's just articulating again the long-term plan that's just been signed off and the savings targets that we've got. These savings would be found through the implementation of more cost-effective service delivery regional services, and pools and leisure was identified as an opportunity within that. It's also worthwhile noting that for every 25 million in savings, there is a reduction of 1% from the average residential rates increase. So this is to go over in more detail some of the options that we came up to in the final shortlist. This has also been covered off in detail within the report. So the 3 options that we assessed included an option of a fully outsourced, which is found to have some of the best outcomes for increasing the innovation and the agility of council due to the ability to be able to increase investment within the service. This was also the greatest opportunity that was identified to be able to reduce costs as well as maximise our financial benefits. There was identified the ability to be able to continue on with the current delivery of the service, whilst also maintaining council's strategic leadership and operational oversight of the service. The second option was a partially outsourced model to retain a third of the network in council management. This was calculated by visitation numbers, not by site. And in this model, council will retain operational capability to be able to deliver the services. The third option was to retain the status quo contractual arrangements, 22 sites to remain within council and 20 sites to remain outsourced. This would further reduce the transition disruption and also the impact on staff, but it would also significantly impact the potential benefits, including the ability to be able to innovate and also to be able to find savings. I'm not going to go into too much more detail now, and happy to take any questions.
Councillor Sayers, please.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Thank you for that presentation. Can I just clarify on that third option? Obviously, the status quo isn't acceptable as it is right now, but if we went for that status quo option number 3, did you just say that could potentially incorporate looking at new ways of doing things, i.e. what we've just heard from the PSA, setting up these working parties and trying to drive some efficiencies and productivity gains? Is that potentially, or is that another option again? So I guess what I'm saying, status quo doesn't seem to be we can't do nothing, we need to do something, but is it partial outsourcing, is it fully outsourcing, or is there another option there again about going to our workforce and tapping into their talents and asking them how they could improve things? Is that part of option 3 or not? Yeah.
Just before you answer that, Chantal, to be honest, there is no pure status quo situation here. In the event that there was a preference for option 2B, as was on the slide, we cannot proceed. We need to take account of the fact that we've had intelligence provided to us that there are cost-saving opportunities. Okay, so we need to do 2 things. We need to optimise the contracts that are out there, and we need to work on that part of the business within council to realise some of those opportunities. So there is, if we retain 22 leisure sites, we need to enhance the current operation, absolutely.
Okay, Phil, then if I may have that supplementary, I guess, we're going to confidentials, soon I'm probably going into more detail on this, but just for the public, if there was instruction from us given to you as a CEO, I probably know the answer to this, right? And you were to ask to go away and look at these opportunities with our council-owned ones, is that something you feel your management team would be up to facilitating and making happen? And part of that, Phil, is I'm thinking, is that something that we can just do on our own with the PSA, or is that a facilitated process, or is the relationship strong enough with the PSA to go through that exercise without independent assistance?
Oh, we could have a look at getting some assistance with it, but we're certainly up for it. I gave that commitment earlier when I spoke, and yes, very comfortable that it's in partnership with the union and the staff who work in these areas.
All right, okay, thank you. That answers my question. So sorry, it was a roundabout way of asking it. Yeah, thanks.
I've got 3 more questions, but I might bravely ask one myself. I'll ask a few more when we go into confidential, because I'm a numbers person, but my impression is that the overheads are horrific. Either way. Has that been looked at as well? Because we're talking about the workers, but I mean, the overheads seem to be horrific, whether it's public or private. And I'm not into the public-private stuff. That's not an issue for me. I just want the best way to do it. But
Yes, the overheads need to be looked at. And I might say that this is actually one of the key reasons at a group level that the group shared services effort is in place. It's fundamentally about back office corporate services, i.e. overheads, and we would look at other aspects of it in this process.
okay, that's good. So that you're going to look at the bits around the pool, but also the overheads as well. So I'm not into the public-private thing. No one's driving a government-made car. So, Council, fully, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, team. I've got some questions that will be in the confidential part, and I was just trying to figure out which ones I can ask you here. So I've got a couple of questions. The first one is around the current contracts for the third-party suppliers and their engagement with local boards. I know that, like in my ward, all of our pools are council-run, and we had very regular report backs from our council facilities, because they came along with all the other council facility team, and they would report quarterly, if not more often, to us as a local board. Is that currently required under the contracts for third-party suppliers? Are they currently required to report back to their local boards with the same regularity? And if it is, do you know that they do that to local boards, and have you had any feedback from those local boards about that engagement? And then I've got one other question. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. When we went out and did all the local board workshops, one thing that came through to us a lot was the local boards wanted more engagement with the providers of their pools. So as part of the new contracts that we did negotiate with them, there is very clear expectations about having increased engagement with their providers, including quarterly performance reporting that will be going to the local boards.
Thank you. Now, I just wanted to ask a question on, I think it's slide number 3, where you've got on the long-term plan direction, Council's role is primarily as a facilitator and funder, and not as the default provider of services. But I was sitting here thinking, we do provide a lot of services, pools and leisure centres, yes, but we've also got the whole consenting regime, libraries, community centres, our parks and reserves, our park rangers, etc., etc. If we are looking at cutting costs here and becoming a facilitator and funder here, are we then also looking to move away from being a provider of those other services? And is this the future that we're looking at for council is us moving away from as a provider of all of those other community services that our communities rely on. Kia ora.
Yeah, thank you again for that question. And I don't think I would be able to comment on the rest of those services at this stage, because with each of those services, what we do is go through a service prioritisation model, and we assess them based upon their own merits and also what the role is for Auckland Council in delivering that. So that's part of the annual budget, I think 2022, was where we identified where our role would be in providing those services.
Okay, so then it's safe to say that that statement's not an absolute. You're not saying that we are wanting to move away completely from providing services.
No, that statement referenced some high-level guidance from the council of the day.
Yeah.
The decision as to what services we are in is absolutely for you to make, your prerogative.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. So I'm on the same page as the Mayor around overheads. That's a problem across the entire organisation. But in this instance, if a turnaround involves revenue, what sort of market share have we got across Auckland in this sector? Do we have any idea? What's the size of the market, and what's our share of that?
I wouldn't be able to give you the exact percentage, Councillor, but we are definitely the majority provider of pools and leisure services. There is very rare that you do find a private provider that owns and operates a pool facility.
And is it a growing sector? Do we have some numbers around that? Are there more people participating in pools and leisure over time? Do we have any figures around that? And obviously we've got a growing population, we know that, and particularly high density in given areas.
We do have visitation numbers, yes, and we can provide that, and in general terms they've increased, as I've spoken to previously.
Okay, so do we have we got a marketing plan going forward that's updated, that's addressing all the sort of issues that I'd expect to see in a marketing plan? And does that involve also financials like break-even analysis for the centres so that we know how we're going?
Through the Chair, depending on what the outcome of today's discussion is, certainly marketing and looking at reporting and the collection of information in respect to the performance of these sites would certainly be something we would be looking at going forwards, but of course it is dependent on what the outcome of these discussions are.
I just signal that I'd like to have a look at the marketing plan when it's available, and if there's any break-even analysis, that'd be handy too. And I did ask some questions around the financials. The other question I've got is I'm assuming we collect some information around customer satisfaction of our leisure centres. What's our customer satisfaction like? I'm guessing it's pretty good, but that's just a guess. The reason I'm asking this question, Mr. Chief Executive, is if we've already got good customer satisfaction and there's an opportunity to enhance it, especially if there are more services we can add, then we're well placed to lift our game and improve our revenue. And improving your revenue is often much easier than generating cost savings.
Look, I think my only comment is we need to attack both aspects, the costs and the revenue.
The reason I'm asking this is we only appear to be dealing with one side of the equation. I haven't had any information much on how we can make a success of this operation. So back to my
to be fair, Councillor, that wasn't the primary purpose of the report back on the Section 17A review, but take it as read that we need to focus on both aspects going forward.
Just back to my question around customer satisfaction then.
So kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to add some advice here. So perhaps just a few questions. You've asked about market share. So overall visitations for pools and leisure sites in Auckland are about $8.1 million a year. Auckland Council has a 60% share of that. Our growth has been very strong in the last year. We've grown 20% year on year in terms of volumes. So that's been a good result. In terms of the Net Promoter Score and other measures, Council does do quite well. But a lot of that is also dependent on the size and the visitation to some of our sites. So it can be quite site dependent. Some sites can struggle and some sites perhaps have a little bit more of a positive outcome. It's important to note that Net Promoter Score is not just a measure of our service at Auckland Council or actually the service of anyone else. It can also be influenced by the facility condition and other factors because it simply asks one question, which is, would you recommend this service to a friend or colleague? So it's just important to put that into context, but I hope that helps. And yes, we do have marketing activities. They're conducted very regularly by our marketing teams and colleagues. We work with them on often quarterly membership campaigns to drive up membership activities. And as we see the outcomes of this program evolve, we will, of course, adapt to how we might need to change that.
And the last question I've got is, in attachment 4, there's a PowerPoint that shows the opportunities to improve the delivery of the service. Would it be the case that we could do all of this now? We don't need to outsource to have better, more consistent service levels, community-led provision and partnerships, efficient and effective network, and so on. We can do all of that, can't we, without outsourcing?
Thank you for the question, and sorry, I'm referring to the workshop slide that I think you've got in front of you there. And so there are some things to note about this. I thought that was my time on that.
I'm happy to give you some extra time.
Chicken or beef? Sorry, Chantal.
All good. So some of it talks about shifting to partnerships. Obviously, that wouldn't be so applicable for this one. Some of it is about reducing the cost for Aucklanders. One thing that I can say is that through this review, and I think you can see through that journey as well, the sort of one of those options provides a lot more cost effectiveness, which is a lot more easier to apply efficiencies than some of the others. That's not saying that efficiencies cannot be provided through some of those other models. It's just not as easy to be able to identify them. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillors Henderson, Ferry, Turner, Fletcher, Newman.
Gosh, okay, I'll be as quick as I can. They're kind of more fundamental ones, but it's just to sort of get it out into kind of the record, I think. So can you talk us through what happens if a contracted provider doesn't meet standards, for example, has concerning levels of customer feedback?
I'm just bringing up Peter Melville, who was in the negotiations team.
Oh.
Yeah, kia ora. Direct answer to that question, we've put in place in the new contracts key performance indicators, which essentially set out the standards that we expect those providers to meet across a number of criteria, including customer satisfaction. And we have penalty provisions within those agreements if they consistently do not meet those standards. Those are essentially, well, yeah, I can talk about those probably more in the confidential section, but there are penalty provisions within them.
Come back to that bit in the confidential. Just one more then, and it's another sort of more fundamental one. Were savings identified specifically within the 17A review within our council-run facilities as part of that, or was it just not the focus of it? Were we focusing on the contracting side?
We did have a look at our current service provision, and that included efficiencies had been noted as part of, say, the long-term plan budget process, and also the continuous improvement process that the business always goes through. So we did compare our work against what had been identified for the budget.
Cool, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Well done. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I think a lot of the questions I had coming into this item have been answered in both the staff conversation and now this one. My outstanding question is probably for Phil, actually, or maybe for our governance advisors around the move into confidential on this. I just want to understand why do we need to take the substantive decision in confidential? So I understand the commercial sensitivity of some of the numbers, but it seems to me that we're having a lot of the discussion here in open. So, yeah, this is not a loaded question at all. I'm just wanting to understand, there's some decisions, some aspects of this, obviously what we have before us is some noting, but there's some aspects that we could take in open, given there's a very high level of public interest, and some aspects we could put into confidential, or how do we get through this? And I have a follow-up question about the confidentiality as well, but if you go with that first, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I think, so the reason for confidentiality relates to the fact that we're in ongoing negotiations with the third-party providers. Those negotiations are of a commercial nature, obviously, and so information about the financials of the contracts, information about potential financial savings and benefits are relevant to those negotiations, as are the names of the providers that we're looking at. So I think the decision itself, I think the reasons for confidentiality will not apply once the decision has been made. The actual decision itself will be able to be released. The discussion around that decision and the information that we need to advise you on is confidential, and it's pretty hard to separate some of that advice from the confidential elements of it relating to those negotiations.
So as a follow-up to that, so I guess, and I see the sense of that, in all of the options, we have negotiations ongoing, is that correct?
That is correct. For any decision made by the governing body today, given any of the options that we've presented, we'll need to negotiate new contracts with the providers because the existing contracts have expired and they're on rollover. Rolling over. So we need to negotiate new contracts, and we're in that process at the moment.
Okay, so thank you. That gives me a bit of confidence, perhaps, in why we're going into confidential. Little pun there for the word nerds. The next question then is, you've just said, like, when we make the decision that it will be able to come out immediately. I'm a little bit concerned about how we are going to let staff know about that decision, given that we haven't done the best job in that so far. So what's the plan there? Because, it must be awful to find out this stuff through the media. How are we going to handle that, please?
Through the Chair, thank you for that question. And we did meet earlier this week with the PSA to work through our approach to both engagement and the consultation, if needed, with staff beyond today's decision. And we do have a staff engagement plan to communicate the decision or what's transpired today, and then depending on that, what the next steps look like. So that's very much a plan that's in place and ready to go once we have that decision.
So just for some reassurance on that then, I guess because, we're all getting a lot of messages from the public as well. So although we may be able to release the decision immediately after confidential, there may be a wait while staff are, is that part of the plan? I just want to be really clear for everybody's expectations here that do we need to hold back? What's going to happen there?
Like I said, we do have a plan to convey the decision to staff, and we will do that as quickly as we can. Just one comment I would make about the nature of the workforce is that, the staff work in very different working arrangements and roster patterns, so getting out to everyone immediately is a challenge generally, but we do have a plan to make sure that we're getting communication out to them as quickly as we can through the various channels that they use. Okay. And we will, depending on the time of that decision, we may need to look at that more formally in the morning, but we will use the channels that are available to us as quickly as we can.
Okay, I'll leave that up to you guys to deal with appropriately. I just wanted to make sure that we'd thought about that and hopefully do the right thing. Thank you.
I have to, it pains me, but I have to move for an extension of time. Seconded by somebody rather there. Councillor Filipina. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, aye. No.
Okay, next question.
Unfortunately, that was carried. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Max, you might have to unscramble my thinking. Are we in a subsidised model here? Obviously, the overheads are high. We've got a subsidised model. Auckland Transport said to us at one stage that they were locked in a subsidised model where every extra ticket they sell actually makes their deficit go up, not down. Is this what we're trying to get away from? We can't see our way into profit in the system we've got right now?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll do my best to answer that question. I don't think we're in a subsidised model in the sense that every person who shows up to this, to a pool costs us money. I don't think that's the situation. I think we have some revenue associated with when people, for the services where people are paying for the service, there is some revenue that comes in. However, these are all subsidised services, so they cost money to provide, and so while there is some revenue we can generate, they're going to continue to be subsidised services, and particularly the pools and recreation centres.
Thank you. Last question. Are the contracts we have got with the ones that are already privately managed guaranteed in some way to, the turnover, the returns? Is there some guarantees there, or is it just a straightforward lease of the facility to the organisation?
Yeah. So there is one centre which is a lease, which is the Olympic pool, in the Waitemata local board area. The others are all contracts where the contract is for managing the facility, not for leasing the facility, which is a difference, but it's can be a significant difference in terms of how the money works. So my understanding is that none of the existing contracts have any profit share involved in them, so that the revenue is collected by the provider.
Sorry,
that's right.
You were going to say something? Okay, that's kind of turned my question around. So what we're saying here then is that to privatise them all is really just to give us the facility to manipulate contracts to deliver different outcomes in order to get the dollars moved around, yes?
I'm not quite sure that's what we're saying. What the analysis that has been done shows is that if we, and we've been tested this with the market, so we've asked providers to say how much they would it would cost us to contract to them to manage these facilities, and the information that's come back to us is that those contracts cost less than what we are currently planning to pay to manage those facilities. So there are financial savings to us compared with the status quo. I think, as Chantal mentioned earlier, those contractors have done the work to figure out how much they think they can run these facilities for. They've bid for that, and they've included within that their own margin that they'll need to make. But it's cheaper than what we can provide. As we've had some discussion today, it's possible that we can look at how we can find savings within the current council managed facility. So how we can run our own facilities more efficiently, and that could lead to some savings. But those are harder for us to find than through the contracting out model. It doesn't mean we can't find them.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. This is the first time that Rachel Kelleher has been, well, I've been here anyway, appeared as director, and I'm sorry, Rachel, it's on a quite a challenging topic today, but it's good to see you in this role. My question is, and I need to give you context why I'm taking such an interest in this. Under the earlier council, the value for money work was started under the CEO Performance Committee. And there was some realisation that the financial situation of the council was not sustainable. There was a decision taken by Phil Goff to take that work out of the CEO Performance and have it as a standalone committee. And so I followed it as chair of that committee for a while, very closely, and then I lost perhaps a bit of visibility over it. So the question I really need you to answer, because I think has been misunderstood, is under 17A, is it a bit like depreciation? We are required to give consideration to looking at the most effective delivery of council.
In a simple answer, yes. The legislation states that we have an obligation to review the cost effectiveness of our services.
Okay, so it was something that was embarked upon because we were required to do it. There was no opting out. It was just something as part of the overall analysis of council. So there wasn't a sinister agenda in behind this.
That is correct. There's 3 legislative triggers, which does cause a Section 17A. The first of which is the expiration of a contract. The second of which is every 6 years, a service must be reviewed. And the third one is upon direction. So that could either be political or management.
Okay, so I have a question that I suppose is best posed to the CEO, and that I'm hearing from both the PSA and the council that we've got to run this more effectively, and let's acknowledge that we've actually got a mixed model, and I hear, listening closely around the table, that there is some common ground that we can find on this. What I want to know, if we're going to continue with a mixed model, and I do not want to get caught up on commercial sensitivity, so I'm not naming any names. I want the assurance in whatever methodology is put together and framework that we might deal with within the confidential section or its subsequent committees. I want confirmation that there will be some recording of historical performance. Can you give me the comfort of knowing that if we are to progress this, and I'm hoping we can find, I'm looking for the Mayor for some leadership on this to navigate this, but I would like to be absolutely assured that there will be historical performance taken into account.
I can give you that assurance. I think that is a relevant matter for consideration when any contracts reach, through the procurement process, reach the Revenue and Expenditure Committee, who actually have the mandate to endorse the letting of a contract. The chair may want to comment, but the relevant criteria are going to be cost, quality, experience, in that deliberation.
Chantal, you've done a very good job in presenting this at the workshop and then presenting it again today. Is there any information that has not been put on the table that we should be aware of?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have tried to be as transparent as possible, including also attaching the business case executive summary. You would have seen with all the workshop slides there was a huge amount of detail in there, and also trying to be open to answering any questions that the councillors may have, including that drop-in session. I would like to think that we've provided you with all the information that that we have on hand as well. But if there is anything missing, happy to try and find that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, last two. Watson and Bartley, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I guess, yeah, okay. A question on this, really the section 17A review, really goes to the value of the value for money review. I mean, I've been listening to what's been saying about track records and this almost artificial division between a choice of option and then a choice of provider, because in reality we've already had a recommendation and we've already had providers' names. I understand we don't mention anything here, but what really I can't understand in all this weighing up, because that section 17A by definition says that it's not just, it requires cost effectiveness, but which goes to current service arrangements, needs of community, service provision, etc. So it's not just Oscar Wilde, the man who knows the cost of everything but the value of nothing, which is what we're sort of seeing here in my view. But when I look at the customer satisfaction, we've had data on this since 2017. That's what, 7-8 years. And we had data in the last 5 years that goes to all those things I just quoted there, because it's essentially encapsulating the user's response. They're the most important people, aren't they? The people that are going to the facilities. They give you the best idea of what's going there. The question that Claudia referred to, I think, was actually quite a good one. Would you recommend this facility to someone else? Makes a lot more sense for a clear-cut answer than a lot of the ones we go out to consultation with. And the results of that are really stark. I mean, there's no debating who's performing well in terms of the customers and who is not. Both ways. Yet that doesn't quite mesh up with the recommendations that have come through to us in terms of preferred option, preferred providers, etc. So my question at the end of all of that is, how much did that customer satisfaction data translate through to the section 17A requirements going to, needs of communities, service delivery, etc., everything that is implicit in the responses of the customers there? I mean, that was almost discovered by accident by Councillor Henderson at the workshop. Good on him. So how did that performances on the ground, given that we've got 7 years of data, flow through to the various recommendations that have come through, both in terms of options and providers?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. So you're referring to, I think, paragraph 16 in the report, where it does talk about current service arrangements meeting the needs of the communities. And within that, there's a couple of different aspects that we do use within the Section 17A review to be able to determine Council's provision of services for our communities. The first of which is a service prioritisation matrix that I spoke about before, which does talk about Council's role in providing those things. But more detailed to the service itself, there are multiple different components in which we understand what the community's need of that service is. That's sometimes identified through the levels of service, also through the councils and local boards' direction on what they want that service to be able to provide for communities. That includes, say, community access requirements, what pricing they would like to have at those facilities, what opening hours they would like to see, even, if new facilities or new services are required within those spaces. So there's many different components of that. NPS scores, we have been open about those scores. That was a consideration as we went through this process as well, but it was not the only consideration.
Okay, yeah. And are those scores, are they made public? Like, are they publicised? I think of other leisure centres overseas, like Glasgow City Council. All their public feedback and surveys are put on the public record. Are these put on the public record?
Yes, I believe they're in the quarterly performance reports.
In our quarterly performance reports, okay, thank you.
Can I, sorry, just want to add to that. So with respect to the net promoter scores, they are important, and customer satisfaction is important, and has been a kind of front of mind for some of this process. In interpreting that information, we just need to be cautious that we're not necessarily comparing apples with apples. At least some of what goes to the question of would you recommend a facility to other Aucklanders is about the state of the asset and how good the asset is, which is something which is council's responsibility. And in any of these scenarios, we own these assets and we are responsible for the overall state of the infrastructure and renewal of it. So that's an important factor in whether somebody likes it, will recommend a service, is actually whether or not they think it's a good asset in the first place, and it doesn't necessarily pertain to who's managing it. However, there is no doubt that the trend that you mentioned exists, in the sense that the council-run facilities have higher net promoter scores than the contracted out facilities, and that is an important factor which needs to be considered, particularly in any decision to contract out. We have to look at the track record of those providers in leading new contracts, and as we talked about earlier, the new proposed contracts, the work that's gone on to making sure that those contracts have really clear KPIs in terms of customer service, as well as mechanisms to actually enforce that. And that's going to be an important factor regardless of which model we choose. For the new contracts, we need to make sure those are more robust and we're getting a high level of service.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank
None
you.
of you people sneaking off getting afternoon tea yet. You've got to earn it. Right to the end, please.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, because the contract management seems to be the tool that we will have for that political accountability. If we go ahead with expanding the outsourcing, do we have any examples of effective contract management and enforcement, and where we've actually, penalised our contractors for not providing the service that Aucklanders expect of us?
Thank you for the question, and perhaps not for getting into detail right here and now, I guess in the same interest of not having those contractors necessarily in the room to speak themselves. We do have examples of contracts where we have held the performance of that contract, the contractor to account for the performance of that contract, including through some of the work we've done through our full facilities delivery. Okay. So certainly that, those provisions are in the contract. I think Max mentioned the intent to tighten up aspects of these contracts, including reporting, and we also talked about the clauses around, if there is failure to perform and what that would look like. So that's certainly something that we're mindful of in the renewal of these contracts.
And I just also wanted to ask, it's clear that there are issues with the current outsourcing, and it's even in your report, all the challenges to the network, not meeting local board expectations, the limited contractual ability to effectively manage providers, what we're hearing from customers, what we see on the ground ourselves, people unable to swim in the pools because the lanes have been rented out to paying organisations. Why is the recommendation to expand something that we already have so many issues with? It's like, yeah, it's bad, but let's expand on it and do more of it.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, the first point to make is that we have acknowledged, and part of what this review has found, is that we need to improve the contracts because they aren't fit for purpose. And so regardless of what decision you make today, we need to go ahead and do that. And I know that's relevant to the facilities in your ward. And we would hope that with new contracts we would see an improvement of service. The question of why is the recommendation as it is anyway? I think the recommendation is set out has been made for the reasons set out in the report, which is around cost efficiencies, more or less. And so, and the fact that the review found that we could get cost savings while maintaining the same level of service in the sense that we're saying, opening hours, prices, those things. We're not saying that's the only thing that you need to consider in this decision, but that's the reason why the recommendation has been made, for those reasons.
Cost savings. Money. Got it.
Well, it's the combination of the level of service and how expensive that service is, and the direction that was given to us in the long-term plan was that we needed to make some pretty significant cost savings, and one of the ways we needed to do that was to find more cost-effective ways of delivering regionally networked services such as pools and leisure. So we're responding to that direction by coming to you with a way of doing that.
Oh, Councillor Richard Hills.
No, it was just really
desperate question.
It was, and I guess it's trying to be transparent because I've got lots of questions, but I guess in my heart of hearts, and I want to acknowledge your office and others have been trying to work on a status quo related thing, and we know there's likelihood that might happen. So I guess for, public knowledge, we're going to go into confidential, and that's probably going to be the debate. So some of this is a bit of theatre, but I also just wanted to make sure that Chantal knows that whatever happens isn't a reflection on your work, because I know you're just having to do what we request of you. And normally we do support these value for money things, but there's been a lot of passion behind this specific one. So I guess just want to make sure Chantal and the team know that what happens in confidential is not a reflection on her and the team, but it might be leaning towards status quo, but we obviously can't say that until the debate. But.
Okay, that's all the questions I've got. Alf wants to make a comment, then I'm going to we're going to force you to pass the summary movement, and then you can have afternoon tea, but not until then. I'll move her and second her that we said that. I'm quite happy to move that. Does anyone want to second that?
Baker.
Baker, well done. Okay, we'll set that for a bit there. Alf, you've got. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please retire. Alf, please comment.
Yeah, look, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, the comment is because I want to have a cake. So that's why I put my hand up so I can comment. But I just wanted to say to you, Claudia, I just want to say thank you so much for you, the team that had to do it. And if you have a look at the presentation, the second page of that presentation explains why. It was a 17A, and for those that were around that table at the time, and we knew it had to be kicked off with the contract, so it had to be done. So I congratulate the team for putting in front of us. Phil, I congratulate you because of the comments you made in the open workshop agenda when you said that this is so important to the community and Te Tāmaki Makaurau that you decided to bring it to a workshop. Because as a result, I believe that we have a way forward when we get to confidential item. So that's why I'm saying to you and Councillor Hills and many others around this table have been working with staff around this and same with Tamsin, thank you as well. But look, I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that the work had to be done. It's now at decision time. I'm so glad that it came to us around this and we have an agenda item. Also want to acknowledge the PSA in regards to the work that they have done and the staff. I'm not going to read, I've got an email here from a very senior manager in one of our pool and leisure centres. But what he sent me is something I believe will be covered off in the confidential agenda. So look, I just want to mihi to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All those in favour, please. Oh, bloody hell. Fully a damn good question, comment, and so...
Comment, not question, comment. Kia ora, Your Worship. Look, I've got more to say in the confidential part, but in this open forum, I did want to just acknowledge all of the people who have been sending through their emails. Many of them I know personally, and usually when you get all of those bulk emails coming through, I don't recognize any of the names. But this time was a bit different. I recognized almost all of the names that came through, including members of my own family who emailed me about this issue. And I also want to particularly acknowledge and mihi the Otara Youth Hub, who, as of about an hour ago, had 962 submissions from an online survey that they only opened 24 hours ago. I'm really mindful that we generally, as a council, don't engage well with young people, don't engage well with Māori, Pasifika, or people from my ward. So I just wanted to acknowledge them in that open forum.
Okay, but that's
Kia ora.
pretty close to electioneering rather than
Well, I'm
commenting.
just
so
acknowledging them because we can't.
Wave, wave to your friends and then we'll go to Councillor Sayers. You're not waving to anyone at Walkworth, I hope.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I want to make a comment, just more of a summation, just going into this agenda item with an open mind, that, you know, going towards privatisation, partial or full, doesn't mean the loss of facilities, doesn't mean losing any more recreation, any more sports training, any more pools. And, you know, we all got a lot of messages about putting profit before people and making sure the community was looked after. Reading the papers, that didn't seem like there was going to be a problem with privatisation. But I have listened with an open mind, and there's just two comments I'd like to make. One, obviously contract renewals, when we go through that with the existing providers, for the local boards to definitely be strengthened in their ability to be able to question and get answers back from those providers to their satisfaction. That would be a comment there. The comment would be about if we move down a track where we want to involve and consult with the PSA, that the target, the overall savings for the network is clearly articulated to them. Maybe we resolve on this, because those savings are likely to be different from each facility, won't be the same, you know, across each one. So just so there's very clear, if there's going to be a savings target, let's just, you know, make that clear and obvious. I'm a bit reluctant to go into confidential, Worship. Reading those the PowerPoint presentation, all I can see are the cost-saving targets there. I can't see names, I can't see contract details. I would rather that was done in the open, but listening to Max of why we're going in there, I'll accept that. So, yeah, onward and upward. Thank you.
Fairly good. That is definitely a comment. Councillor Lee, a comment, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, I want to acknowledge the delegation from the Public Service Association who are so committed to looking after the interests of their members, in this case, our staff, the council staff. But I also want to thank the members of the public and the council staff who took the time to write to me in the very short period where this has become a public issue for all of us, all with a different story and all very compelling and all revealing, particularly in terms of the council staff, a real passion and commitment to serve the council and to serve the public, in this case in the field of leisure and pools. And I can't help but recalling a very recent message we got from senior management that after the long process of the LTP, which started almost immediately after the annual plan last year, was it 60 workshops, confidential workshops of course, 130 hours, whatever, that the staff, the management were looking for some stability and for the politicians, the councillors, not to unnecessarily rock the boat. Well, what on earth is going on here? Where is the consistency in this? Now, we are told that this process has been going on since 2021, but somehow could not be dealt with in the how many meetings and the year-long process in the long-term plan. Well, the feedback and the surveys and the information that's that I've been made aware of in recent days would indicate that we are providing very popular and efficient leisure and leisure activity and pool services. So it would seem that we're way more efficient at providing pool and leisure services than we are at reviewing those services since 2021 and not in time to be dealt with in the long-term plan. Very, very interesting. What's happened here is that a coalition of interests has come into play opposing this. Members of the public, particularly those mindful of health and well-being, are very, very angry at the idea of privatising these services, and as are, of course, the staff. And there is I have to say, coming through from messages from staff, and I never ever get messages like this. There's the feeling of hurt coming from those workers, and I can understand that. Now, we are told that under Section 17A that we have to do this review, have to. And when Councillor Fletcher asked the managers, so there's no option? And the managers all nodded, no option, including a lawyer, no option. Well, that's not true, because under 17A3B, there is an out clause that it is not necessary to do these reviews if it's considered the cost of doing them is not worth the trouble. Now, it says costs, not costs, costs. So in those costs, I think would be staff loyalty, staff confidence, staff dedication, and that's a cost that doesn't seem to have been taken into account by management at all. And so they say there's no option. Well, that's legally incorrect information being given to this council. There was an option not to review. On the other hand, talking about no options, Section 77 of the Local Government Act and 78 in those sections say that the council must provide information and consideration, due consideration when making a decision, not rushing them, and they must provide the advantages and disadvantages of the proposed decision. Now, I saw options in the staff work, which has been going on since 2021, but absolutely no advantages or disadvantages of the various options, including the status quo, which I think is the interests of the public and the interests of our frontline staff. And what a dedicated group of people they appear to be. And it would seem to me that this is one of the fields of activity that the council is way more efficient in providing a popular service than the private sector. And we hear that there are expectations that these services must provide efficiencies, must provide savings. When was the hell the last time that anyone approached Kinetic Bus Company and said, let's have reduced costs for your demands that go up year on year on year from this Aussie-based investment company and all the rest of them? Fulton Hogan, you know, I won't. Anyway, Downers, do they actually, are they ever asked to sharpen their pencil? No, they bump their prices up every year, and these people who are going to move in from Australia will do the same. Do you think for 1 minute that an aggressive Australian corporate, profit-driven, can provide a more efficient, cost-effective service in our own services, in our own facilities, in our own buildings than we can ourselves? If they can, we are in real trouble. But of course, it's not true. We can provide those services more effectively than an outside profit-driven foreign company can. And that's what our staff and what the public are telling us. My final point is this. This is way too important, given the factors involved here, this is unique. This is not just the public that are up in arms, it's our own frontline people, dedicated people. Therefore, in terms, we have a real job to do here, senior management, in restoring trust, if you don't mind me saying so. And having this decision carried out in secret is not likely to engender trust, which has already been badly eroded. It's not too late to restore things, but I think it's important that we make an honest decision out in the open and stop this review, stop this change, and keep the status quo. Thank you very much.
for that. Councillor Watson, one small one.
Yes, Alpha. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I guess it is to really emphasise that last point. If the last week, if it's done anything for me, and I'm sure for a number of other people, is really emphasise not so much the value for money review, but the value of these facilities to our communities, to the people who work there, and also to every part of Auckland, no matter where you look. These sports and leisure centres, in some cases, are the sole face of the council now. The council buildings, civic centres have long gone. And what it has brought home, and those results in terms of quizzing the customers go, is how well performing the council institutions are and the personnel who work in them. So if anything, what this review has done is shown the value of those centres for our society going forward. And there was a university lecturer who was on the ball really quick, a person today who specialises, lectures in public space and the importance of sites of social infrastructure in our cities. And this person had found out late in the piece, like us and like the workers, of what was being proposed, and has given a really insightful deconstruction of how historically these leisure centres and these pools have developed to reflect the culture of New Zealand and particularly Auckland, particularly pools, in terms of not just a place to go and recreate, but to teach people how to swim, because our death rates in swimming-related or sea-related accidents are horrific. And historically, post-World War II, that's been the development of these pools. That's where it started off, and it's been refined and developed since then. So I guess, Mr. Mayor, we're going into secret, confidential. I really hope that the people who are online and the people who have been through the ringer, obviously the last little while, wondering what on earth is going to happen to them in this time of great economic uncertainty, this value for money process has, for many people around this table, has served to emphasise the value of their work, of the institutions that they work in, and the effect on our community as a whole. So I think it's important that's said, because it's very clear from what we've heard thus far that that's probably the last thing they're thinking at the moment. But I know that a lot of people around here think that with some conviction, and, and this process has done it.
I think we've had enough from everybody, honestly, now to go into the next lot.
Well, we'd only have enough if you chipped in, then that would be the end.
I mean, I don't necessarily need to go into secrecy, but I think that there are certain groups here that have got certain views, and certain, I don't think this is advanced by being anti-private versus public. I don't have a view on that. I just want to know what is a good thing for us. The profit motive isn't a horrible thing. Nobody drives a car made by a government, or the last ones did were in East Germany, and the Trabant wasn't a good one. It's whether or not we're going to be able to have a rational debate about what's the right thing to do for these. I'm quite happy to hear from the staff. I'm quite happy to hear the PSA tell us how they do better. They do their argument no good at all by being by covering this as privatisation. It's suggesting that the workers in the other pools are somehow or other horrid. They're all workers everywhere. I just want to do the right thing here and get away from this pro and anti. I mean, if we were so good, we'd have no complaints about building inspectors. We have no complaints about any of our staff anywhere. Our staff are just like every other staff. They're in the bell curve. We've got great ones. Most of them are pretty good. But the idea that this is somehow or other a fight for communism versus we live in a country where most people who pay wages and rates are actually in private enterprise. So don't be nasty about them. You know, I'm quite happy to hear from the PSA. I had a very good relationship with them the other day. The head of the PSA didn't give me a lecture of pro-communist, anti-public, private sector thing. We just talked rationally about how we could improve the pools, and they had some very good ideas. So I'm quite open to them. So do you really think that you're going to add to this, Councillors Bartley and Hills, who want to say some more? Please do. But
Oh, I just wanted to clarify B, because the way I read it, it kind of says that the answer is having better contracts with service delivery partners, and I don't believe that's right. So
I think we need better contracts with our own people and with the others as well.
yeah, but
We just
then,
need better contracts.
yeah, but then this is saying that that's what the review identified, right?
For those aspects that are currently outsourced.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I move the
Better
motion.
contracts with their
I
in-source
move the
ones. I want
question
better
be put-
contracts about the amount of bloody overheads that they all seem to cost. I want it better. So I think if the review has identified better contracts with service delivery partners, including ourselves, if you ask me. Yeah, I'm quite happy to put that. Better contracts, all up. Strengthen KPIs about customer satisfaction as well. And I don't mind if we're paying everyone the living wage, that's okay with me as well. I think the whole thing today is we're wandering into Phil's job, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Your Worship, I move that the motion be put.
Seconded by Williamson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, okay. Yeah, well, you can do something. We're not, if you want a job as the Chief Executive, please apply for it. I'm going to move. The next one is a summary of governing body information, including briefings. Happy to move. Well done. Has anyone ever beaten you to that?
But he hasn't actually moved it.
Henderson, in favour?
We actually did
Aye.
resolve the last time.
All those in favour say. Beg your pardon?
Passed the closure motion. Well, we passed the motion to close it, but we still haven't actually
Sorry,
voted
I've
through
got
the
ahead of
last
myself.
voting.
Are we going to vote on this one here? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Now, we have a mover and seconder for the summary of governing body. All those in favour? Aye. Contrary? Okay. All those. Any extraordinary business? No, thank God. Do we go into negative secrecy now?
Oh.
Mr. Mayor.
Can I please ask, what was that recommendation
Mayor.
about Palestine? Was it? Oh. We apparently voted it through. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, could I just request that an extraordinary item coming from the Waiheke Local Board refers to difficulties Palestinian New Zealanders are having getting their relatives out of the Gaza area, and I've had discussions with staff about it. Would just be sensible just to have a quick explanation so that I can go back to the local board on that, please. Right.
I know nothing about this. I think the CEO's got to answer that one.
Through the chair, we've sought advice from MFAT about the Waiheke Local Board resolution, and that will come through to you, councillor, and other councillors as soon as we've received that advice formally. We will also note the Waiheke Local Board resolution on the next month's governing body information process report, so that it is recorded there. And if we receive further local board resolutions of a similar nature, they will also be recorded. So we'll come back to you as soon as possible with that advice.
Thank you very much.
We're going to have a break now for a little bit, and after that we'll return and we'll question whether we're going to go into secrecy or not. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please come back. We are about to reopen.
And you need to do
Can you ask me to give some? Councillors, if I could just talk to you about the meeting, managing the balance of the meeting. We've heard certain of the comments about going into confidential. Max has explained the rationale for this, and we've had further discussions during the break. And this is for the meeting to decide, but I'm indicating to you that I'm perfectly comfortable if the PSA is able to stay in the room for the confidential part in an observer capacity and on the understanding of confidentiality being respected, first point. So that will reflect in terms of what's resolved in terms of going into confidentiality. The other suggestion is that we do go into confidential for the purposes of information exchange questions and so on. But it is open to you to come back out of confidential for the purposes of the debate and resolving it. Okay. Now, I don't mean to complicate this even further, but to avoid a little bit of a circus, there is one other item on the confidential part of the agenda, and that is about the financial results. So I would suggest we do that before or after the questions for continuity purposes, and then we don't have to go into confidential, out of confidential, and back into it again.
Sorry if I may. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. If I may ask a question. Sorry, was the proposal to come out of confidential for debate and the resolution, or just the resolution?
The debate and the resolution.
Because I'm just concerned that there might be some risk of confidential info in the debate.
I think what we're doing is trusting that people will use their judgment and not reference anything of a confidential nature regarding cost structures and such like when we come to the debate. Tell me if I'm misguided in that.
I mean, don't want to labour the point, but people may have reasoning that they want to share in the debate that relates to confidential info that they can't say in the debate. Yeah.
Well, it's open to you. We were simply trying to find a way that accommodated views. You'll have to decide that for yourselves about whether you can manage the debate in a way that's appropriate for the open part of the agenda.
Okay, before us there is a procedural motion to exclude the public from the following part and agree that members of the PSA delegates are permitted to remain for the C2 confidential pools and leisureries after the public has been because of their knowledge.
In an advisory capacity only.
In an advisory capacity only. We're bending over to make this as open and fair as we can. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Fletcher, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Sayers, good stuff. All right, all those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried, okay. We've got to clear the room.
While the room is being cleared, may I suggest that the precedence of the business that we are going to attend to under confidential be flipped, C1 be taken after C2. So precedence of business. So we'll deal with the pools first and then the CEO second.
Find that the confidential part of the chief executive and Greece financial is quite technical about finances and will only take 5 minutes. After members of the PSA are happy just to wander out for 5 or 10 minutes, we'll get you back. And the other gentleman in front who's got something to do with the contract associated, they can go and sit with them. Is everybody else okay to be here? Are they all rest all staff? Right, if you guys we'll go and have a cup of tea, and we'll get you back in hopefully 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you for that.